Today, I'm going to show you how to dominate SEO with Claude and Perplexity AI SEO. I've done thousands of SEO experiments over the last 16 months with Claude and Perplexity, and now I'm sharing everything that's working for me for free just to help you. You'll learn how to build your own AI SEO tools, how to automate basically everything in SEO, plus my best quality control processes to create the best possible content you can. Perplexity AI itself has grown to 2.9 million SEO traffic over the last 12 months, and this video breaks down its best SEO strategies, tips, prompts, and workflows and gives them all to you for free. Enjoy. I'll show you in this live training session how I automated my SEO content in 60 seconds whilst keeping the quality really high. You're going to learn why you're wasting your time with manual SEO and how to automate it all in one single click. You'll discover the simple AI hack that makes fact checking literally a joke. You'll learn how to never write a bad SEO article again, plus how I ranked on #1 on Google using this free AI tool with absolute proof. So we're going to get straight into this and get the party started. And the first place that we're going to start is by showing you the tool. And by the way, all the prompts, all the workflows, all the tips, everything that I show you today, I'm going to give you away for free. So let me share my screen and show you exactly what I'm talking about. So where are we going to start here? We're going to start with something called Perplexity AI, which is a free AI SEO tool. And this is how you can automate a lot of your SEO processes so that you can get more leads, more traffic, more sales with SEO. And the powerful thing about AI SEO with Perplexity is it's such a powerful tool for fact checking, for automating internal links, for automating external links, because it is connected and live to the internet, even the API. And I'll show you how to build some free tools later in this workflow that you can actually create certain automations around this, plus some super prompts that I've never shown before. And just to show you proof that this actually works. So if we pull up an example article, for example, like best SEO speaker right here, you can see that this content was generated using a combination of Copper AI and also Perplexity information. You can see it's ranking #1. It's recommended me on the top of the list right there. There's actual proof that this process works. Not just that though. Some people will be saying AI content doesn't rank, right? Some people will say that. But if we pull up Perplexity AI inside Ahrefs, we can see that not only is Perplexity AI ranking better than ever, but also Perplexity AI has stayed ranking for the last year and grown from pretty much zero back in 2022 all the way up to 2.6 million SEO traffic. And that's probably growing all the time. Let's be honest with you. So I'm going to share exactly how to do all of these processes step by step. If you have questions, post them inside the comments. Jaden says, let's go. And that's exactly what we're going to do. So let's get straight into this and I'll show you exactly what you can use and how you can use it and all the prompts. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to roll over to Perplexity AI, as you can see right here. And we're going to look at exactly how you can automate, for example, fact checking. So what we're going to do is we're going to plug in this section right here, which actually automates checking, adding authoritative external links to my content. Why is that important? Because we can source facts from actual relevant places with reasons. So what I'm going to say inside this prompt is give me relevant authoritative external links for my article about keto brownies. You can replace keto brownies with whatever keyword or tool you want to use. And then from there, we're going to say include the source and the link to the original research and why this is relevant. Unless you can link to it, don't even mention it, mate. Now, this doesn't always work 100% of the time, but hopefully, let's see what happens next. So I'm on the free version of Perplexity right now. This is a free tool, so you don't need to pay for it. And as I've shown you, it's pulling up the answers. It's even pulled up some relevant sources at the top, and it's coming up with an answer right now. And as I was talking about, it says, here are some relevant and authoritative external links for your article about keto brownies, right? So it's not just found external links, but it's also made them relevant to my article. And you can see as we go down here, it's sourced the actual place, the publisher. So it's put, for example, typically keto, hungry for inspiration, etc. These are all the publications. It links to the actual source that we can link to inside our content. And then it explains why this would be relevant, right? So for example, the reason why Perplexity recommends using this source right here is because this link provides a recipe for fudgy keto brownies with only 1 net carb per serving. It's relevant because it offers a specific recipe for keto brownies that readers can try. Try and hire an SEO off Upwork to find relevant, authoritative sources like that and not pay a fortune for it, right? You just won't. Whereas with this process right here, you can automate it. And I'll actually show you how to build tools that can automate this with one single click. But using this prompt, you can personalize it to your business, to your industry, to your niche, and you can find relevant sources just like that, my friends. So we're going to keep going through now. And that is just one of the prompts that I've got. I've got many others that I want to show you today. So the next method that we're going to do is we're going to actually go onto the home section of Perplexity. And I'm going to plug in this prompt right here. And this is really good for automating internal links. So how does it work? What you would do is you would plug in your site. So for example, juliangoldie.co.uk. Then we're going to say, give me relevant internal links for my page about, and you just insert whatever your page topic or keyword is. And then we're going to say, so it links from the page to other pages on my website. Don't recommend generic pages because we don't want it to link to a homepage or an about me page or something like that. And then we're going to say only use pages already published on the site. Very important. And then additionally, I want at least 5 recommendations because I won't use them all. So I need to have numbers, right? I need to have a decent amount of authoritative places that I can link to within my site that are still relevant. So what we can see here is that it's pulling up the data. Is finding relevant sources. And you can see here, this is based on the search results. I found some relevant internal link recommendations for your page about the best SEO tools in juliangoldie.co.uk. And then it's actually sourced relevant pages to my topic. So for example, learn SEO in one day. Then it's got the actual page. So this is actually a live page published on my website. Then it's given me the relevant anchor text that I can insert inside the content, right? So I can create my new article, include the anchor text SEO basics, and then link to my article about how to learn SEO in one day. Pretty nice, right? It's all personalized to my website, and I haven't seen another tool that actually does this for you. And because Perplexity AI is connected to the internet, you can see how powerful this is. It also justifies why this is relevant, which is quite nice. Again, for manual link building service right there. And also what you'll see here is that if it cannot find relevant pages within my website, then what it's going to do is source platforms that I've posted on as a personal brand. So if you've got other social media channels, then it will source relevant internal links that you could link to inside your content based on that. So if it's like, you've got no pages about internal links, but what you can do is you can link to this LinkedIn post right here, right? And you can see that pulls up right there. Or it will link to this relevant YouTube video. So it's no relevant page found for internal and external links, although Julian Goldie has a YouTube video on internal and external links. And so you could just embed that, right? Pretty crazy stuff right there, but very powerful. Chef's Travel says, great info. I will try it. But last time I used AI to create content, Google rejected it as thin content. Quite interesting right there, because what I've seen is all the content that I'm generating with AI nowadays is so much better than any other human writer I can get to do it. And I just can't source human writers that can do as good a job as Perplexity can. So it's the same with Claude. It's the same with using other tools. But yeah, very powerful processes right there. So you can see how powerful this is and how you can easily automate a lot of these processes. Now, all the prompts that I'm talking about today, I'm going to give you free access to at the end of this video. So you can see a bunch of methods that we're going to run through in a second. But essentially, this is how you can do it and how you can easily get through other stuff, right? Now, what you can also do is you can combine multiple prompts and then create your own super prompt using all the prompts that we've talked about, right? So all of these processes work, and you could just copy and paste them all, tailor them all to your website, your niche, your topic, etc. And then you could do everything at once. You don't have to necessarily rely on pasting in these prompts one by one. That would be quite slow and time consuming. I'm just trying to break them down for you so that you can use them step by step. But again, very powerful stuff, very easy to automate, and yeah, it's really good. So from here, we're going to keep going, and I'm going to show you the next method, which is my content creation workflow using Perplexity AI, right? And so what we can do right here is we can automate keyword research, and I'll show you an example of how I've actually created tools later with Perplexity. But the first thing I want to show you now is how you can actually find keyword research ideas that are localized as we go through this. And Tourist Spot 10 says, please give me some prompt for writing articles, commercial and informational. We're going to run through that in a minute, so I'm glad you asked. And in fact, if we go back to this question, please give me some prompts for writing articles, commercial and informational, that's exactly what we're going to do next, right? So what we're going to do first is just find for our commercial or informational content, relevant keyword ideas in my niche, and you can tailor this to your business, your niche, etc. And it's really simple. Now, at the same time, Amar says, can it be done to rank a recipe's website? And how hard do you think it is to rank a recipe's website going for keywords with low KD? I think it's pretty easy, honestly. If you look at, for example, like cakesbymk.com, like cakesbymk.com are absolutely flying with SEO. They're a recipe website. They're getting 351,000 traffic. They do have really good branding, but I've created loads of videos on how to do that. And you can see here that all of the content they're getting traffic to is recipe related content. So it's pretty easy to do this, right? And you can do this for informational keywords. You can do it for your agency, for your service, for your info product, for your recipe website, for ads, however and whatever you want to do. Now, as we keep going through here, I'm going to do the keyword research. We're going to say, give me 20 keyword ideas. Niche equals SEO training. For keyword research, do this. And we're off to the races, my friends. Again, completely free. You don't have to pay for this. I want to give you all the free stuff so that I can help you. And you can see here again, we've got a bunch of keyword ideas that we could create content around. Pretty easy, pretty simple stuff, as you can see right here. So, for example, if we take a keyword like SEO training Singapore, we'll see what's popping with that keyword and see where it's actually ranking. But you can see that it is a pretty easy keyword to go for. So, Perplexity recommended it to me, completely personalized to my business, right? And you can see here that it's giving me the keyword difficulty on Ahrefs of easy, right? So it's only a KD5. Pretty easy if you ask me to rank for that. It does get traffic potential. We can rank for it. We can create content around it. So why don't we do that? That's what we're going to do next. So if my keyword equals SEO training Singapore, that's what we're going to stick with right now. We're going to use that to generate some content. How do we do that? We have to, number one, pick the keywords, which I've just shown you exactly how to do. Next up, we have to generate the content outline. How do we do that? So what we can do is we can tailor the keyword that we've just picked, which is SEO training Singapore, as you can see right here. I'm going to take this content outline prompt and we're going to plug it into Perplexity and say, you can also take your competitor's article as well. But just for this example, because I don't want to, copy and paste someone's content live on a live stream, I think that'll be unfair to them. I'm just going to create a content outline based on my keyword, right? So I'm going to say with the keyword below, generate an SEO content outline from article, give me a list of all the relevant headings. Then we're going to say order the content outline in a clean, easy to copy and paste list of headings. Make the headings relevant to my SEO keyword. Include the SEO keyword in each heading. SEO keyword equals SEO training Singapore, which is what Perplexity generated earlier. So yeah, really powerful and easy process as we go through here. And just coming back to Tourist Spot 10, who said, give me some prompt for writing articles. This is how you start, right? So before you even create the content, pick the keyword, then do the content outline. Then you'll create the content later. Now, as we keep going through, Chris says, so Perplexity can search through LinkedIn posts. Can it also do the same for Facebook? I think only if those Facebook posts are public, right? And I don't see Perplexity sourcing content from Facebook a lot. I do see it sourcing content from Reddit, from LinkedIn. I see it sourcing content from YouTube a lot. I don't see it picking content from Facebook a lot, but I assume it probably can if that content is public and indexed on Google. And so you can see right here, we've got the relevant content outline ready to go. And so now we can move on to the content creation section right here. Now you got two different options right here. I'm going to do the really speedy one because I want to save you time. But if you want to create like the better quality content, then you would actually do it a different way. But just to save you time, I'm not going to generate the content heading by heading, which you can do here. And you just paste in the headings from the content outline. Instead, we're going to take this content right here. We're going to plug it into Perplexity. And again, if you want the prompts, etc., we're going to go through this. Jason says, is this live? Absolutely, it's live. And Zulifika Ali says, how to earn money online? Tell me. I'm telling you right now, right? Create content, rank it on Google, generate traffic to your funnels. Boom, make money. So we're going to go back up now. We're going to put SEO training Singapore inside the keyword section up here. So we're going to put keyword equals SEO training Singapore. That's the first line. The next line is I'm going to personalize this to my website. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the SEO Elite Circle sales page right here. I'm going to plug that into the source context and I'm going to say Julian Goldie's SEO Elite Circle is the best SEO training in Singapore. It's online, but it's amazing. Not biased at all. And then link to buy is here. And then I'm going to say for content creation, do this. For creating the content, make sure it's optimized to the keyword, easy to read, conversational, UK grammar, add headers and subheaders, keyword in the first line, last line, keep it real, keep it fresh, keep it engaging. That's what I'm talking about. First person, chop up the complex tips into bullet points, tonality of Alex Hormozy, blah, 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 right? If you want the whole version of that, I'm going to give you the recipe inside this video. So we're living the dream. So now you can see that it's generating the content right here. Now, little thing I want to say here is that if you have access to the paid version of Perplexity AI, Perplexity Pro, then your content is going to be better because you can switch between models, aka you can switch to Claude. If you can switch to Claude, then your content is going to be better because it's just better at writing humanized content. But again, the content itself does feel human. So it says, what's the big deal about SEO training in Singapore? As a business owner in Singapore, you know how tough it is to stand out in the competitive online market. With so many websites vying for attention, it's easy to get lost in the noise. With the right SEO training, you can blah, 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 right? And then inside the content, so it says, for example, how does SEO training in Singapore work? It says SEO training is not just about learning a few tricks and techniques. Absolutely. It's about understanding how search engines work and how to optimize your website to rank higher. 100% true. And then it says, with Julian Goldie's SEO Elite Circle, here's what you're going to learn, which is pretty much true. And then it tailors the rest of the content to selling what I have to sell inside the content so that when people read it, it's number one, personalized to my brand. Number two, it starts to selling for me. And number three, it gives a recommendation based on the search intent. So if people want the best SEO training in Singapore, then they're going to get the SEO Elite Circle, of course, right? Pretty easy, pretty simple stuff to do. And there you go. And it even has the link inside as a CTA. So it says, get instant access to Julian Goldie's SEO Elite Circle here. And then it links directly to my sales page. Living the dream. That was so easy. You can do that for any business, right? Now, you do want to quality check it. You do want to proofread it. You don't want to be publishing spam, but you can see how this works and how this goes step by step. So let's keep going now. And we've got a few comments. So Fraser says, great video, thanks, happy to help. Fawad says, you are amazing, Julian. Should be awarded the Nobel Prize. That's what I'm talking about. I've already got the statue. This is a little statue of me my friends got for my birthday. It says, man, the myth, the legend on the bottom of it. That's what we're talking about. And Jason says, what's the stream about today? Today is about Perplexity AI SEO and how to rank with it using this free tool. And Shiva says, great, thanks, happy to help. Happy to help you. All right. So now you've generated the content. That was incredibly easy. And just finally, as I said already, you want to quality control your content, right? If you look at any of the content I publish on YouTube or anywhere else, I quality control it. I run through these sort of checklists step by step, and I'm giving you that checklist for free so that you can use it and that you can create better content. Bear in mind, right? When it comes to quality control, with all the processes that I show you ever in any video, these processes are great for creating the first draft of your content. But before publishing, use the SEO checklist. I have a whole video series of workflows and SPs on SEO quality control inside my free course. But just bear in mind, like poor quality content is bad for you, the user, and your sales. Always quality control that bad boy. That's what I'm talking about. Shiva says, how can I drive more free traffic to my website? Rank with SEO. How do you rank with SEO? You use the processes that I'm showing you. If you implement everything that I'm talking about, you're going to get results because you can see that it's already getting me results, right? For example, if we go into Google, you can see that we're ranking number one using Perplexity, and this method right here works over and over again. In fact, just as extra proof, irrefutable evidence that we can rank, if we plug in the keyword Perplexity AI SEO, you can see that my video right down here, as you can see right here, which I only published 3 hours ago, is already ranking number two for that keyword, right? So we ranked number two in 3 hours using similar methods. Again, we're ranking right here. And again, with my LinkedIn article over here, we are ranking on the first page of Google. Works over and over again. Very simple, very repeatable process. And I don't teach anything that I can't get results with myself. Right? So let's keep going now. And Jason says, everyone, Julian is a freaking robot, a genius robot after watching 1.75. That's what I liked. I have a KPI for myself, which is value to second, right? So what's the ratio of how much value I can give per second that I'm on YouTube? And if I hit that KPI, I know that I'm going to help people. So that's what it's all about. So just to recap, we've talked about how to fact check content with Perplexity. We've talked about how to use the prompt examples right here. And we've also talked about the content creation workflow. So literally just in the space of 19 minutes, you've learned how to automate internal links, external links. You've learned how to automate content outlines, keyword research, how to create high quality content for your target keyword, And that didn't take long at all. It's completely free. And I'm sure going to keep going now, right? So the next thing that we're going to talk about is how to click and create one-click AI SEO tools using Perplexity. And it's very simple, very powerful though. So what we can do is we can go to library over here. And I think you do need the pro version for this. Just going to give you a little warning right here. For $20 a month, if you're going to do all your SEO right here, then it's going to save you a lot of time. Plus, with the pro version of Perplexity, you get a bunch of other stuff. Maybe I'll come on to that later. So if we go into the library right here, then we'll click on collection. From here, we can create our own one-click SEO tools that can automate everything that we are talking about. So from here, what we can do, for example, is we can create, let's just create a keyword research tool, just straight off the bat. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug in the prompt right here that we've talked about. So you can see it right there. Then up here, I'm going to put keyword, one-click keywords. And of course, if we're going to add an emoji for that, it's got to be a key. Let me try and find it right here. There we go. We've got a key right there. And when it comes to the prompt, we're going to say, give me keyword ideas. I'm going to say, ask the user for the niche. There we go. For keyword ideas, do this. And then all outputs for my niche website. Go for low competition stuff. Don't go too niche. Focus on locations. Create that bad boy. And now, in the space of just 1 minute, we've created a free one-click tool that we can use over and over again for generating keywords. Generate as many keywords as you want that we know are low competition, because I've proven it earlier on the video today. So Funga says, thank you. You are the boss. Happy to help, mate. Funga is a member of the SEO boardroom community, so I appreciate you being on. SEO video show. Good to see you on here. Great to have you on. And Tourist Spot 10 says, can you give me the sheets? Absolutely. So what I'm going to do, just to help you, is send the link to the recipe straight in the comments right there. And there you go. You can get instant access right there. So what we're going to do from here is we're going to keep going now. We're going to use this collection that we've just created. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, we've got the one-click keywords method right here. On it. Let's go back. We'll go back to Perplexity. Then we'll go to, if you want to access the tools that you created, just go to collection, and then you see it on the right-hand side right here. Then we can click on it. And from here, we can say, all right, give me some keywords, mate. And from here, it should, if we've done this correctly, ask for the niche. And you can say, sure, I'd be happy to help. Could you please tell me the niche for your website? Great. Good start right there. So what we can do from here is we can say, all right, my niche equals SEO training. So I'm putting that inside the chat, as you can see right here. It's actually sourced a YouTube video for me in terms of Perplexity SEO. I'll actually show you later how you can rank #1 inside Perplexity, because that's very powerful as well. And as we keep going through now, it's given us a bunch of keywords relevant to my niche right here. So for example, SEO training guides, tutorials, videos, webinars, etc. Right? You could even ask it to make that even more local to relevant cities or countries if you don't think that those keywords are easy enough to rank for. But essentially, you can see how you can easily find keywords for your website. The other thing that you can do is you can use the autocomplete on Google to just validate that people are actually searching for it, right? So for example, if we put SEO training courses online, you can see all the autocomplete topics around that we could use as keywords for our next article. So it's really easy to automate the keyword research, really easy to find low competition keywords, and you can do it all with AI, as I'm showing you right here. Sumit says, hey, Julian, how to remove no index tag on LinkedIn posts, post more content, post more regularly, and get a bigger audience. That's what I would say. Jason says, this might be off topic, but I have to get to work on a project. Where is your video on sexist man in Bangkok? Check out the SEO boardroom. It's all in there. I think if you haven't already, join the SEO boardroom, and then you'll find all the details in there. Let's keep going. SEO video show. Super sticker. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. Everyone, check out the SEO video channel on YouTube. SEO video show. Amazing channel. Check it out. Thank you very much. And there's also a comment that says, would you please kindly share the doc? Yeah, so I've just shared the doc inside the comments. You can see it right there on the comments. Get access to that free document right there, and you can get access to everything. You can see loads of people on it already because I've given free access to the recipe already. So let's keep going now. So far, we've covered how to fact check content, how to automate internal external links, how to create content, how to create one-click SEO tools. Next up, I want to show you how you can create make.com automations using Perplexity. Now, this is really interesting because at this point, you can start scraping the internet via make.com with your automations, and it's very simple and easy to do. Now, how do you do that? See, if we just log into Make right here, just going to wait for that to load in the background. Here we go. And then from there, and I'll give you access to the blueprint from today, we can create these automations that fact check content and then create content using different AI workflows. So, what am I talking about right here? I'm talking about make.com, which is a free AI automation process. And if we go to scenarios over here, and then from there, we'll go to Claude and Perplexity automation. From here, what we can start doing is generating these sort of workflows, which are pretty powerful. Basically, what this does is it takes the URL from my spreadsheet, as you can see right there. Now, you could plug in a competitor's URL, you could plug in your own URL, right? So you could rewrite your own content on multiple platforms, or you could take a competitor's URL and try and use that to rewrite content as well. But however you want to do it, you want to keep going right now. Now, assume it says, would the LinkedIn Pulse article index with the indexing service you mentioned without removing the no index tag? No, if there's a no index tag on the content, then you can't get it indexed until your LinkedIn account is warmed up. How do you warm up? You post more content regularly and you grow your audience. So from here, we'll keep going now. And we've got the Google Sheet to Perplexity, right? So this is using the Perplexity API. Then it's going to route that content to Claude. It's going to create some FAQs. Then it's going to create a WordPress post, right? And you can see also it routes the content to Claude. It creates a social media post. That emails it to me. I approve it and edit it, and then I post it on social media. Same for this, right? It scrapes the live URL using Perplexity, routes that information to Claude, as you can see. And then with Claude, we can post that content to Twitter. And boom, we're off to the races. As an example of that, let's have a look and see how we're doing here. So if we look at the content on Twitter, as you can see, our impressions are growing all the time. And this is an amazing way to quickly get a lot of traffic, as you can see right here. We're getting anywhere between 70 and 80,000 impressions per day. We've actually had 269,000 media views right here from Twitter over the last 3 months, along with 256,000 video views over the last 3 months. Pretty impressive stuff if you ask me, and it's completely easy because you can automate it using this process right here. So if you want access to that blueprint, right, then you can actually import it. So you can import the blueprint right here and then upload it inside make.com. And from here, what you can do is just get it there, right? So the blueprint is available. Just download it. You can get the JSON file, download the JSON file, upload it to make.com, and there's your blueprint. Connect all your APIs. You're living the dream. Now let's keep going now. So we're going to go back. We're going to discard that. We're going to get rid of that. And by the way, I've built tons and tons of make automations. If you want access to all of those, you can check out links in the comments and description to my free SEO course, which comes with all these automations. But from here, the one that I want to check out, let me try and find it right here. And here we go. I think it's this one. So what you can also do is we can keep going through. Now, just on this note, this is a really good point, which is why I've created a massive disclaimer inside my SOP, right? And every single video that you watch of me now talks about quality control. So Digital Marketing Max says, if we automate it, won't it create spam? We're writing for humans, not machines. Absolutely. And this is what I'm talking about, right? So this is great for creating the first draft of your content. But before publishing, use the SEO checklist. How do you use the SEO checklist? You get it from my SOP. And this step by step, make sure that you're talking specifically for the human, right? So, for example, it says right here, make sure your article matches the search intent of Google, write for the user first, and then rank in second. So that's exactly how you can avoid creating spam. Use the SEO checklist before you publish. I think I've been really clear about that, but if I can be any clearer, just let me know how I can be clearer, because I'm trying to teach you how to create quality content that's not spam, but also leverage AI in a very smart way to get more traffic, to get more SEO traffic. So from here, what we're going to do is we're going to use this automation, as you can see, and you can see here that we have this automation which basically creates a content outline prompt using the URLs from my spreadsheet. So, for example, it says inside the prompt of this Perplexity automation right here, and you've got different models that you can choose from. So you can use Mixtral, you can use Llama 3, and you can use Llama 3.1. In fact, I probably prefer to use Llama 3. Let's have a look. Can we get Llama 3.1 in there? Oh, of course we can. Of course we can. That's what I'm talking about. All right, we've plugged that in right there. And then we're going to say using this URL, and it takes the URL from my spreadsheet, create a content outline from my SEO article, targeting the keyword. Give me the relevant keyword from the page two. Give me the semantically relevant keywords, LSIs, and entities from the article. Include the top 10 semantically relevant headings and subheadings in the most important article. Include some relevant FAQs and commonly asked questions. So what we're going to do from here is we're going to try and run this bad boy. And what you can see is that it takes the URL from the Google Sheet, plugs it into Perplexity, it routes that information, and you can route this to multiple platforms if you want, but I just want to keep it simple to help everyone on YouTube. And you can see from here, we can create an introduction, then we can create content, then we can create the slug, then we can create the title, and then we can create a draft post inside WordPress with one single click using this whole workflow and make.com. So what you can see here is that it's connected to juliangoldie.com as an example for you watching, and it creates a post. But what it doesn't do is it doesn't publish the content live because, like I say, this is a draft. It is not the final version of your content. Use the SEO checklist, quality control it, and then publish it once you've done that. But the main thing here is that you put it in draft because you don't want rubbish content going out there. So from here, what we can do is we can choose where to start, just so I can show you a cheeky little explainer example. And we'll take an example like this one. So it's actually taking an article that I previously produced on Medium, and then it's going to route it through here, hopefully, if this works. Now, also, if make.com gets a bit messy, you can click on auto align at the bottom, and that will align the whole workflow right here so that it looks really nice. So from here, we can click on run once, and the Perplexity module requires some changes. So let's have a look what we got right here. We'll see what we need to do. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Hopefully that's good to go. We'll try running it again. Yeah, so you can see now it's scraping the live URL. This is a live explainer, and I'm showing you exactly how we go. Jason says cheeky is extra cheeky. It's like an extra cheeky Nando's, this bad boy. And Paul says, thank you so much, Julian, for all that you do. You are a legend. Nearly gave up on the idea of an online business, but you've kept me going. That's what I'm talking about, my friend. Inspiration. The thing is, I've been where everyone here has been watching, right? I've been from someone who had a full-time job, didn't really enjoy it, hated my office job, and I created a side hustle online using SEO. And then from there, we just built compound interest, 1% every day. And from there, you can build an online empire if you want to. But it all starts from making the decision, which is make sure that you start taking action and start implementing the stuff that I'm talking about, right? And so what you can see here is that it's rooted in one single click from the keyword directly to WordPress. So you can see the output, it's created the content. If we check out the content, it's posted it right there. And if we actually went to my WordPress website, you would see in draft the article that we've created that we can then quality control afterwards. But this is so powerful and easy to do. And I think like for a lot of people here, they love automations, right? And so this is a great way to do it if you're interested in that, because it gets the right balance between fact checking your content using Perplexity and creating something nice with live URL, plugging it through Claude, Claude is really good for just creating quality content for a human that's actually interesting. And yeah, you can see exactly what we do and how we do it using this process. Now, in the meantime, I'm actually just going to find that JSON file I just downloaded. And from there, I can upload it to Google Drive and I can share it with you. So I'm just going to wait for that to be done. Wait for that to load for a second right here. And it should be done. I'm just going to get the shareable file in the background whilst we're waiting. I've copied the link and now I'm going to plug that inside the SCP right here. So if you want the make automation, you can get the link with that one right there. So easy, so powerful, and you can see that it worked on a live stream. So we're going to keep going now because I've shown you exactly how you can automate content creation to social media, to your emails, to your website in draft, how to quality control everything. Pretty nice. I'm just going to hit save, and we've done it all using Llama 3.1 inside Perplexity and then routed the content creation to Claude, which I would say is superior to Perplexity when it comes to content creation. So just to recap on everything that we've done so far. So we have learned how to fact check content with Perplexity AI for free. We've covered prompt examples. We've covered content creation workflows, how to automate keywords, outlines, content creation. We've talked about one-click AI SEO tools with Perplexity. We've talked about make automations, and I've given you the free workflows right there. And one thing I just want to finally cover before I go is how to rank inside Perplexity. So I've actually created this guide right here, which you can get free instant access. And if we go into Perplexity and we'll just put in a new thread, we'll put, for example, Perplexity AI SEO expert, right? So let's say someone in the future, which I don't think is too far away, someone is looking for an expert who can actually rank their business and their brand inside Perplexity, because that's going to be the next level of SEO. If you don't realize it already, AI SEO and optimizing these chat GPTs and all these custom GPTs and all these models that are coming out, optimizing those to rank inside them is the next level of SEO. I'm 99% sure of it. I don't think many people will be using the traditional ways of creating content like previous. And so you can see here with the keyword Perplexity AI SEO expert, we can rank inside the content. So you can see it links out to my YouTube videos. If we scroll down, it's still suggesting these two links, and we can basically dominate the AI rankings and make ourselves the number one SEO expert or number one expert that you want to be recommended for any type of business using this process right here. And you can see inside the content, it says Perplexity AI is a free AI powered answer engine that provides accurate, trusted, and real time answers to any question. Sounds legit. And then it says, according to Julian Goldie, an SEO expert, so it is selling me inside the content, traditional SEO is becoming obsolete and a new approach is needed to rank high in AI driven searches. And then it links directly to my YouTube. And it says, Goldie recommends creating remarkable content to attract links. Absolutely true. Following up persistently with websites contacted. That's what I always say. And then, yeah, you can see exactly how it goes. And the first two paragraphs are literally just a sales pitch for me, right? They're just suggesting that I should be the one people should hire if they need a Perplexity AI SEO expert. And so you can do the same for any keyword that you want to rank for. How? By using the processes that I'm showing you. And especially if you're thinking not just in terms of ranking with your website, which is important still, but ranking with multiple platforms too will change the game for you. So, for example, ranking not just with Perplexity, not just with your website, not just with YouTube, but for example, Reddit, LinkedIn, Twitter. For example, these are all these other platforms that are going on right now. If you can do that, you can get better results. So, that's basically how you do it. Now, some important mindset switches that will put you in the top 1% when it comes to Perplexity SEO, right? In terms of the actionable stuff. Number one, the future of SEO is not about ranking for keywords or that sort of thing. The future of SEO is about being the biggest brand, not the biggest website. What I mean by that is that you can bypass the whole website stage if you're using, for example, videos or if you're posting on different platforms. Now, again, you're not spamming different platforms. I have to be very clear with this. You're not spamming, you're creating high quality content, leveraging AI to save you time, but at the same time, you're creating quality content across every platform. How do I know that? For example, if I'm creating content on LinkedIn or I'm creating content on YouTube or I'm creating content on even, for example, Twitter as well, right? I know that people are interested in engaging with my content. This isn't spam. You can see that people vote with their clicks and their attention. And you can see that on Twitter, for example, we're getting more and more impressions over time. Same with LinkedIn. We're getting more and more impressions, like 500,000 impressions in just 90 days. Pretty nice if you ask me. Again, if we go onto YouTube right here, and we go to the analytics, you can see that the content we're leveraging with AI is not spam. We're getting 254,000 impressions and views per month on our YouTube channel using the same processes I'm showing you. And this is not about spamming, it's just about creating quality content. So, just to recap, in terms of the actionable stuff, in terms of how to rank with Perplexity, it's about with the brand, not the website. Sites are basically the last touch point, not the first. What I mean by that is there is no mention of my website, juliangoldie.co.uk, inside Perplexity. And that's what I'm talking about. Because with websites, for example, I think they're going to become the last stage of the process, the last stage where people actually buy, not the first, like it is right now. And so people will be looking at your social media, they'll be looking at your other pages. AI will suggest your other pages, not going to suggest your website, which means that you need to be thinking in terms of multi-platform, not just one platform, so that you can become the biggest brand in your niche. Additionally, mentions are absolutely crucial. Getting backlinks, getting off-page mentions, securing PR in different platforms is really crucial too. And additionally, I would say it doesn't really matter about keywords anymore. So I wouldn't say the game is about keywords. The game right now is about topics. So for example, most people are probably not going to put like Perplexity AI SEO expert, but they're going to be like, how does Jim from plumbersreunited.com rank number one inside Perplexity? They're going to put stuff like that. And so it's just a case of ranking for the topic, not the actual keyword. Also, AI does the selling for you, which is the highest form of social proof. There's no higher form of social proof than an AI literally saying, according to Julian Goldie, SEO expert, traditional SEO is becoming obsolete, right? And creating 2 paragraphs of content that's just a sales pitch for you and your brand. So if you can rank inside Perplexity or inside ChatGPT or inside Claude, you're going to grow your business. And you'll see it, I think, over the next 12 to 16 months, that more and more of your customers and your sales and your traffic will come directly from AI platforms and AI search engines like SearchGPT or Perplexity or ChatGPT, not just from Google. Now, the other thing I would say is it's the new agency service. I'm pretty sure of that. That's what's going to be coming out soon. And yeah, that's basically how it works. So I've got the whole SOP right there. And it's also inside this document, which I've already given you, along with a topical map generator that you can create as well. So just to recap, as promised, I've shown you the AI tool that crushes competitors in SEO, which is Perplexity. It's getting 2.6 million traffic. I'm showing you why you're wasting your time with manual SEO and how to automate it with one click. One thing I want to stress right here, and this is pretty interesting as well. So if we go into Ahrefs, I'm going to show you a comparison of ChatGPT's traffic versus Perplexity's traffic, right? So let me find ChatGPT's website right here. Here we go. And then I'm going to plug that into Ahrefs. So let me find it. This one right here. Here's chatgpt.com. Let's plug that in. And we can see their traffic is going up, right? So AI ranks over time. Let's have a look at Claude AI. You can see their traffic is going down a bit. So they're getting 628,000 traffic. But if we look at Perplexity AI, you can see that over time, they've grown the most, right? So 2.6 million traffic. To me, that's absolutely massive. It's an indicator of how good the content on Perplexity is good. So just to recap, we've also covered the simple AI hack that makes fact checking a joke. You can get the prompt examples right here in this document. And I've shown you how to never write a bad SEO article again by using this method right here. And finally, I've shown you how I ranked number one on Google using this free AI tool. For example, if we look at the keyword best SEO speaker, you can see me ranking number one right there. Boom. And yeah, showing you proof of everything that works, showing you all the methods. That's pretty much it. Now, if you want to get everything that I've talked about today personalized to your website, check out the SEO Elite Circle, right? SEO Elite Circle is basically a coaching program directly with me, but it comes with so much more. So you can see, for example, it's coming with a 72% discount right now. You can basically DM me anytime. You get access to all this stuff. So live coaching, a one-to-one onboarding call. You can direct message me anytime. So if you're like trying some of this stuff tonight and you're struggling with something or you get stuck somewhere, just drop me a DM and I'll get back to you ASAP. You can also see it comes with advanced SEO tactics, weekly action plans, exclusive SEO case studies, a free bonus. So you get access to the SEO boardroom community for free as well when you sign up. You also get access to our SEO mastermind course, our best SEO SOPs, new guest coaching sessions, SEO 1-minute wonders, free AI tools. We're going to be doing some meetups, including a meetup at Chiang Mai SEO. Additionally, it comes with a risk-free guarantee. So if you implement the strategies without a traffic increase, you get it for free. Additionally, you get all this other stuff, and it's pretty crazy what you get in there. If you want to see what it looks like once you're actually logged in, let me show you. As you can see right here's the community. You can ask any questions that you have. As you can see right here, loads of people posting all the time, asking for help, and we get back to everyone ASAP. You can also see inside the classroom, it comes with all this magical stuff. You can drop me a DM right here if you have any questions as well. So you can see, for example, a bunch of people drop me a DM and I go back to them ASAP. And then additionally, it comes with weekly coaching calls plus a bunch of unlockable stuff right here. So you can even get like a free topical map, which most people would charge thousands of dollars for. I'm giving it away for free as you drive yourself up the leaderboard right here, along with free keyword research, free SEO consultations, everything else. So it's pretty amazing what you get in there, and it's a 72% discount. So what I'm going to do with all the information that I've talked about today is I'm going to plug that into my free SEO course. Now, if you haven't already checked out this free SEO course, it's pretty amazing as well. I'll show you some examples in a minute. But basically, everything that I've talked about today, all the prompts, all the tips, all the workflows, everything that I've talked about, you can get access to for free if you're watching the replay of this. If you're not watching the replay, you already have access. And if we go to our free SEO course over here, scroll down to SEO systems. And then if you scroll down to how to rank #1 in Perplexity AI, you'll find the information right there. Additionally, let me find if we can, yeah, let me find it right here. There we go. Yeah, so it's all in here if you want to get access to it right now. And additionally, if you want to get a one-to-one SEO strategy session, feel free to put that in. Links in the comments and description. You can basically learn how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visitors this month and generate thousands of dollars in sales on autopilot without Facebook or Google Ads. Feel free to book that in as well. Links in the comments and description. One question we've got is from Jason. He says, one thing I love about Julian is he doesn't push, hey, this is how I make 100K a month, or this is how I make 10K a month in every video. He shows you what to do and results which you can go and make that. Yeah, absolutely. That's what we're talking about. Lily says, Julian is the SEO GOAT, not even taking off on a Sunday. That's the dedication, right? Even on a Sunday. Good to see you on here, Lily, by the way. Appreciate you commenting. So yeah, if you want to get everything that I've talked about today, join the SEO Elite Circle. If you want to get a one-to-one SEO strategy session, feel free to put that in, links in the comments. And I've given you everything that I've talked about completely for free. My camera's gone all blurry, but yeah, you get the impression. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. See you on the next one. Bye-bye. Today, I'm going to show you some of the best ways to use Perplexity AI to rank #1, and we'll be coming on to some Claude workflows as well. I'm going to break everything down into a nice, neat SOP, and you'll get access to every single prompt that I mentioned today. Let's get straight into it. One of the first ways that you can actually use Perplexity AI is if you go to Focus over here. By the way, if you've never used Perplexity, you can actually get free access. So I'm using the free version right now. You can see it's asking me to upgrade in the bottom left. This is a free version of Perplexity. And if you click on YouTube here, right, so you go to Focus and YouTube, what you can actually do, and this is very interesting, I've never heard anyone else talk about this, is you can ask YouTube for some relevant style ideas for content related to a certain person that you want to emulate. So for example, on Perplexity, I can say, give me some Julian Goldie SEO style clickbait SEO video ideas. And what it's going to do is actually search YouTube for relevant ideas by me, and then give me a bunch of ideas for content based on that. Now, the other thing as well, you can automate video research for your blogs. So for example, I like to use videos inside my content to make my content more unique and relevant, right? So for example, if you look at this particular blog that's ranking and getting a bunch of traffic, as you can see, I actually embed a lot of YouTube videos on the page. And the reason I do that for SEO is because it makes the content more contextually relevant. Plus, I don't have to mess around creating images for my content. So what you can do inside Perplexity is you can say, give me the links, nothing else, to 5 relevant videos about SEO. And this is going to research all the relevant videos. Now, if we refine that more and we'll say no other text, just the videos, then we've actually got a list of videos that we can just copy and paste straight into our WordPress blog so that it's quicker and easier to edit. That makes everything faster when it comes to publishing content, because now we've automated the video research and we can split up the walls of text that AI typically provides. Makes everything easier. And if you've got a team and they're like, oh, I don't know what images to include, or you're worried about them including copyright images, with a workflow like this, they can just paste that link straight into WordPress. They can use this prompt. It's a free tool, and you can easily automate the research of videos for your content. Now, another question I get asked frequently is, how do I automate the external links of my content for AI? So what you can do is, if you go to New over here, and then go Focus, and then go over to Academic, you can say, give me some relevant external links for my article about can cats eat bananas, and you replace this with whatever keyword you want to replace it with. Here, enter, and what you can see is it's given us relevant external links that we could link out to from our content. And these are all from authoritative sources. So for example, PetMD, akc.org, etc. The Spruce Pets, these are relevant but authoritative external sources that would be relevant to link out from. And they're all relevant to the content. So the content is about this topic, and you can see every single page that we've got right here is relevant to the topic we're trying to automate external links for. Now, the reason that I don't use ChatGPT for this is that ChatGPT typically hallucinates results, or it takes a lot longer because it has to browse the web. Or additionally, if you use ChatGPT 3.5, the free alternative to Perplexity, then it's not going to be trained on the most current data, whereas Perplexity seems to have a much better data set. Now, what we can also do is, if you want to automate external links, is you can say, give me 10 external links for this page. And then we can take the URL that we had previously. We'll keep it on academic so it finds more authoritative sources. And now it's given us relevant external links automated in literally 2 seconds. For example, we could link out to Search Engine Journal, Ahrefs, SEMrush, Backlinko. These are all respected names within the SEO industry that we could link out to. And again, we've just automated the external links for our website. Now, another cool little thing you can do with Perplexity is that you can actually fact check content, right? So if we switch to writing over here, and then we're going to paste in our content from our web page, which we've actually taken right here, can quickly fact check our content and see whether Julian Goldie is talking BS on his own website. So if we take this content, we'll paste it in right here, and then we're going to say fact check this. And what it will actually do, as you can see right here, is it's given us an answer where it's tested our statements. So for example, this statement that I made, it's actually fact checked and said is correct. Now it actually fact checks that content, and then it's got the source, etc. And this way you can easily fact check any content from ChatGPT using a source-based platform. Because for example, if you ask for any statistics on Perplexity, for example, like statistics on SEO, it's not going to make stuff up, because what it actually does is give a source at the end of each statistic that you get. So if you're writing content on Perplexity, then you actually get the source for each fact. But if you've already got content that you need to fact check, then you can just plug it into Perplexity and quickly fact check it that way, and then get the sources for each statistics and see if there's any ChatGPT hallucinations in there. Now, one of my other favorite AI tools right now is Claude AI. And so if we go to Claude, it's a free tool, so you can get free access to it. It's owned by Anthropic. And what you can do from here is actually humanize your content, right? So I've got this long prompt, and I'll give it away at the end of this video. But basically, you can be very detailed in the way that you want AI to respond, which means that you're going to get better responses because prompt is better. It's more designed for human written content. Because the thing is, when you're using ChatGPT and these other platforms, they're not actually thinking about, oh, how can I write humanized content for Julian Goldie? Instead, they're just trying to respond in the best way and they know how, right? So if you take a prompt like this, you can actually really humanize your content. And I'll show you an example. So if we paste it in below, and then we'll put keyword equals can cats eat bananas. And you can see it's a lot more optimized for the keyword, right? And what I mean by that is in terms of usability, right? So number one, the keyword is in the title. That's great. But if you actually look at the introduction, that is far better than what ChatGPT normally gets back to you. This is like a magazine writer or a professional writer. So for example, as a fellow cat lover, I totally get it. You're curious, kitty watches you eating a banana and looks at you expected. Additionally, it's going to give you the short answer, which is exactly what you want, because most people, they don't want to read through a whole article like this if they're just trying to answer a short question. And so when you have this right here, get straight to the point. There's no messing around. You've got a nice little introduction to hook people in. That's actually quite well written. And additionally, it's got some open loops, as you can see right here, to make sure that people keep reading. For example, I'll share what I've learned from vets and experienced cat owners. And what you also see is that it's even got a nice breakdown of bullet points, headings, and then a CTA at the end. That is far better than your average ChatGPT content. So I think Claude is really powerful for humanizing your content and making it sound like it's not AI. And bear in mind, if most of the internet is going to be written by AI, then this is a way of differentiating your content and making it more interesting than everyone else's. Now, additionally, if you can give unique data and unique angles to ChatGPT, then it's far more likely to give you something unique back, right? It's only as good as the data you give it. So if we actually take a blog post that is not getting a lot of traffic and took a big hit, for example, like this article right here. So we'll grab this content, then we'll paste it into ChatGPT. And I'm going to say, rewrite my blog post using the helpful content guidelines attached. So I've taken the helpful content guidelines from Google on exactly how to write helpful content. Then I've taken the blog content for my website that's not ranking very well. And then I've pasted that into Claude AI, as you can see. Now, when you actually do this, it will refuse to rewrite your blog post completely, but it will give you some actionable ways to improve your content based on the helpful content guidelines. So it's very actionable. It even tells you like what headings to change, how to improve the expertise and insights in the content, which parts to expand, and even to provide some background with your experience, etc. And all the sort of actionable ways that you could use to improve your content based on Google's helpful content guidelines. And then you can just go off, implement each of these strategies. And this would work for anything like EAT guidelines, helpful content guidelines, etc. You basically just train Claude on exactly how you want to write content. Now, sometimes when you're using Perplexity, it's actually got a bit of a token limit. So if you're trying to give it a lot of data, it won't be able to handle it. For example, if I take a video transcript like this one, as you can see, which is just for the video I'm recording right now, and I plug that into Perplexity, it's going to ask me to upgrade. So I can't use the free version of the tool to do a job like this. Whereas if I plug it into Claude, I can then say to Claude, okay, take this transcript right here and turn this transcript into a neatly organized blog post, right? And then I've inserted my human written article prompt, as you can see, and it's generated a nicely organized blog version of the transcript. Now, transcripts can rank really well with SEO. So for example, if you take the keyword ChatGPT for link building, what I actually did was take a transcript of my video and then use AI to turn it into a neatly organized blog post like this. And you can easily do the same using Claude, as you can see. Now, if you really want to see a crazy example of how well transcripts can rank, just like the workflow I'm showing you, Eightify is an app that actually automatically transcribes transcripts and then publishes them to the website, right? Now, the crazy thing is this content ranks. So you can see for this keyword, this content ranks. And if you actually take the domain 85.app, which is just transcribing YouTube videos, right? It's not creating any unique content. And we check out the traffic of this website, you can see it's getting 1.4 million traffic just by transcribing YouTube transcripts. How insane is that? And if you look at the keywords it's ranking for, you can see a bunch of them are getting insane traffic. And all this is literally a transcript of this video right here. So video transcripts, using this workflow that I've talked about, can be a really powerful way to get a lot of traffic for free at scale. So thanks so much for watching. What I'm actually going to do is take all of the prompts that we've discussed today, including my Perplexity prompts and my Claude AI prompts, including the Humanizing Content prompt, and I'll put it inside the free ChatGPT SEO course, link in the comments and description. It'll be inside the SEO systems section. It's going to be called Claude and Perplexity, and you can get free access to that in the description. Now, if you do want to book in a free SEO strategy session about how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visitors per month and generate thousands of dollars in sales on autopilot, feel free to book in your free SEO strategy session. And we'll talk to you about personally building you a link building campaign that predictably and consistently delivers you more backlinks, traffic, and sales to your website. And basically, you'll get an SEO domination plan, you'll discover the secrets of link building, or answer any questions that you have, and you'll discover the best link building strategies for your website. Feel free to book that SEO strategy session in. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Bye-bye. Today, I'm going to show you the Perplexity AI SEO tool that nobody is using but should be. And you're going to get access to the secret SEO weapon you didn't know existed because I only created it a few hours ago. This is using Perplexity. And if you're wondering if Perplexity actually ranks, you can see here they have more than doubled their SEO traffic over the last 12 months. You can see that using content from Perplexity, I've ranked #1 on Google. And I'm going to give you instant access to this powerful Google Sheet Perplexity AI SEO automation that can basically do everything for you. You're also going to learn the easy Perplexity AI SEO one-click strategy that can automate content creation, topical maps, keyword research. Plus, I'll give you free access to all the tools, tips, and SEO workflows and everything else that I talk about today. Let's get into it. The first thing that you're going to do is you're going to sign up to Perplexity. Once you've done that, inside the settings, we can just grab an API key. So if we go to API key over here, we can then take the API key, click on copy, and from there, we can go into this template example, as you can see right here. We can make a copy of it, and this is going to give us access to a Perplexity AI SEO automation inside Google Sheets. And then you can basically automate anything. Now, you can also integrate this with ChatGPT, as you can see. But for today, I'm going to focus on Perplexity. So I'm going to plug in my API key over here. We can start using these prompts and these outputs to automate SEO, right? Now, the key thing to note about Perplexity and the API key is that it can scrape live URLs, which is very different to, say, ChatGPT or Claude or most APIs that you get from AI. Why is that important? It's important because you get the latest and greatest information updated in real time. For example, if I ask Perplexity, what is this website about? We'll plug in this prompt, as you can see. I'm going to put equals PPX. Then we shall take the cell. So I'll put equals PPLX equals A2, which is the reference. It's going to take a little minute to load, as you can see, and then it will generate the response with Perplexity API, right? And so the API is looking at this website and it's figuring out what it's about. Now, there's so much you can do to this, which I can show you in a minute, including how you can, for example, automate keyword research, topical maps, content outlines, even content creation using this method, right? For example, you can see here with Perplexity, it said this website is about Julian Goldie, an SEO expert and owner of Goldie Agency who provides SEO services to help businesses, blah, 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 right? And it's figured out, okay, this is what this website is about using the API. Now, what we can also do is use this to generate a topical map. So I've said create an SEO topical maps for my website in the birds niche, suggest relevant headings and subheadings. Basically, this is going to map out the architecture of my website in one single click. Now, you can customize this to whatever niche you're in. So you could be in the SEO niche, you could be in the birds niche. I've shown multiple different examples of websites ranking with AI over the years. And so if we plug in this formula, which takes the prompt from column A and generates the topical map, as you can see right here. And by the way, you can change any of these prompts as you want, but you can see here, for example, it's mapped out the whole topical map for us, right? So we've got the bird species, and then it's mapped out the pages underneath that category. Why is that important? Because, for example, if you look at websites that perform really well, even if they don't have any backlinks like cakesbyMK.com, you can see that the way that they rank is by covering every single thing that would position them as an authority inside Google. And so by using this topical map method, you can easily map that whole process out in one single click, customized to your niche by using this prompt and spreadsheet. Now, what you can also do is you can use this to analyze your competitors' websites, and then you can create a semantically relevant, but also entity optimized outline based on your competitors' content. So here's another example. So we can actually take a competitor's page like this, and then with this prompt right here, we can say equals PPLX, which is going to call the API from Perplexity based on this URL. And let's say that's your competitor's URL. Give me semantically relevant entities and keywords and SI relevant to the keyword, right? Plus a short user intent focused outline for my keyword. Include the tools my competitors mentioned. The URL page to scrape is blah, blah, blah. And then it's actually created a keyword optimized content outline based on our competitor's URL. It was incredibly simple and easy to do, and it generated it in one single click. Now, once you've actually generated the content outline, as you can see right here, you've got the semantically relevant entities, LSI keywords, user intent focused outline, etc. What you can do from here is actually use this prompt, as you can see, and you say equals PPLX. We insert the content outline that Perplexity used right here. Here, we're going to generate this content based on the prompt here. And as you can see right here, inside the content, it's generated based on the outline from above. So for example, what is the best rapid website indexer is the second title in here. Now you can see here it's actually written the content inside Markdown format. So if we copy this content, we'll plug it down into a Markdown previewer, as you can see, and we've got the actual content formatted nicely, as we can see, directly from our spreadsheet inside Perplexity. So basically, it's taking the content outline based on our competitor, and then after that, it's generating the actual content, and we can just preview that and get it nicely formatted with the Markdown Live preview doc. The thing that I'm talking about today is going to be available to you at the end of the video. So for example, the Google Sheets template, right? Here's a template. Here's 200 other AI SEO prompts that I've tested. You could actually plug into the content. You've got the Markdown Live previewer link, and also the SEO checklist for just editing and quality controlling the content before you publish it, because you don't want to publish this stuff without quality checking it. The other thing that I would say, and this is pretty cool, the other thing that I would say is if you actually use this in combination with something like Claude, you could actually get much better content out of it, because Claude tends to be a better API for writing content. How do you do that? So you can actually go to extensions and then just get the Claude for Sheets extension, which is available for free for Google Sheets. Once you've installed that, you can plug in your API key, and then you can put into Google Sheets equals Claude. And then once you've installed that, and you've added your API key for Claude, we can put the exactly same prompt, as you can see right here. Then it will actually generate the content with Claude directly inside the sheet, right? So just to recap, you've got your competitor's URL over here. Then you've generated the content outline with Perplexity. Why would you use Perplexity? Because it can scrape live URLs. Then you're going to generate the content with Claude, as you can see. Why would you use Claude? because Claude is a superior API for writing content. And then you can just plug that content from Claude directly into Live Markdown Preview, as you can see, edit it with the checklist I gave you earlier, and you're good to go. So there's so much you can do with that. We've talked about how to, for example, summarize URLs. We've talked about how to generate topical maps and all the pages and keywords you can write about. We've talked about generating semantically relevant content outlines and also how to automate content creation with Claude using the content outline from Perplexity, and how you can automate all of this using the one-click SEO tool that I'm giving you today. Now, if that seems a little bit too complex for you, I've actually created a couple of free keyword research tools and content creation tools, as you can see right here. So here's a keyword planner. If we say generate keywords for me, it will ask me like, what's my niche? We'll put SEO training as an example. And you can see with this one-click tool, it actually finds relevant keywords related to my niche in literally seconds. Another one is content creation. So for example, if we say create an article about the keyword SEO training Bangkok, then it can create the content and you just edit it with the SEO checklist that I've given you earlier. The other way that you can automate content creation, and again, you would quality control this before you publish it, but essentially you can use a template like this. Access to it is inside my free SOP. You can basically take your competitors' URLs. Then you're going to do the outline with Perplexity. Why would you use Perplexity? Because again, it is based on the live URL. So it can scrape your competitors' live URLs, which most AI APIs cannot do. And this is really important for SEO because the more you can reverse engineer your competitors' content, the better. And then from there, you can route that information to Claude. Why would you use Claude? Because Claude is better for writing. And inside the Perplexity API, you only get Llama 3 for writing. And then you can create the introduction, the content creation, the slug, the title, and finally just draft that in WordPress before you quality check it directly inside WordPress, right? So you're always going to edit this stuff before you publish it. Why do you edit it? Because you don't want to publish spam. So you can see here it's actually taken the slug, the content, the title, and in the status section right here on WordPress, it puts it in draft before you publish the content. And then if you want to access that blueprint, you can just import it. And here's the template for you right here. So we've talked about 3 different ways that you can automate SEO using the methods from today. For example, Google Sheets automation, the free collection tools inside Perplexity AI directly, and then finally with make.com as well. Another cool prompt that you can use on Perplexity that's really cool is you can actually find live content updates for your SEO content, right? So for example, if we put update article URL with the latest information on topic for SEO purposes, that would update the old article that we have. And as soon as there's new updates on that particular topic, we can use Perplexity, which is connected to the internet, to find the latest information on it. As an example of that, let's say there was new updates with the Google Core Update. I could say update this page with the latest information on the Google August Core Update for SEO purposes, hit enter. So it's going to do the research for me here. So you can see it's checking for the latest information, it's fetching and reading the current article, and then it's combining the new information with the existing article content to update it appropriately for SEO purposes. And if we scroll down right here, you can see it's summarized the latest details, it's found the latest updates, and that's a really easy way to do it. For example, it's even found the date that the core update was released. The other thing that I would say with Perplexity is that it's actually really good for research, as you can see. So if we put in who is Julian Goldie into Perplexity, as you can see, it's going to feed in a really nice bio of me. It basically gives me an overview, like a Wikipedia page, but directly on this person, right? And so if you need to research a particular topic or a particular person, this is a really good way to do it. If you type that directly into Google, as you can see, it's not really that useful. It doesn't feed in information about who I am or what I do, etc. And the information isn't organized into the most optimal way for research compared to Perplexity. Now, because of that, you can actually change your default search engine on Perplexity so that it always uses Perplexity if you're researching for a lot of SEO content, right? So if you want to do that, just go to this address. I've included it inside the SOP. Go to Manage Search Engines, scroll down, and inside Search, just click on Add. As you can see, we've got Perplexity plugged in right there, so perplexity.ai. And if we scroll down to Perplexity down here inside the site search section, we'll click on Make Default. And then if we type anything into our Chrome extension bar, it will come up directly with Perplexity. which if I'm doing a lot of content research or I'm constantly using AI all day, makes more sense to have as the default versus Google, right? As just to recap, as promised, I've shown you the SEO secret weapon you didn't know existed because I created it a few hours ago, aka the Google Sheets hack that turns AI into your personal SEO assistant. I've shown you the Perplexity AI one-click SEO strategy, and I've shown you how I use Perplexity AI and SEO to rank and automate content. Plus, if you want access to all of this, check out the free course, links in the comments and description. Then from there, go to the free course, Perplexity, and this whole document plus the templates are right there. I've also got a slower version. And if you want to book in a free SEO strategy session about how to get more leads, traffic, and sales from SEO, feel free to put that in links in the comments and description. And we'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visitors a month, generate thousands of dollars in sales with SEO. On that call, you're going to get an SEO domination plan, discover the secrets of link building, and we'll answer any questions that you have. Thanks so much for watching. Appreciate it. Bye-bye. Today, I'm going to show you how to rank #1 and automate Perplexity AI SEO with one click. Based on what's working for me, you can see me ranking #1 for the keyword best SEO speaker right there. That was using Perplexity. You're going to learn my best free methods for automating internal links, external links, keyword research, topical maps, how to create no-code tools with Perplexity AI SEO for free, how to create content that actually ranks, as you can see right here. And if you're skeptical that Perplexity AI SEO is not good, you can see the traffic has just gone from 0 to 2.6 million SEO traffic, and that's only increasing, as you can see right here. Now let's get into it. All right, so first thing we can do is we can actually use Perplexity to fact check our content before we actually publish it. For example, if you look at this article right here that was generated with Claude AI, the content and the names on the list itself, including who the best speakers are, and this is ranking #1 by the way, for this particular article, we use Perplexity to fact check the content. Now, how do you do that? Because obviously you don't want hallucinated content inside your articles. So what you can do, and I'll give you all the prompts at the end of this video, is we can go onto Perplexity. We will not be using the pro version, so we're using the free version in this example. We're going to put in this prompt right here. I'm going to say, we're creating an article about, and you insert your keyword right here. And then you're going to say, give us a list of the best SEO speakers. And then if you want to include any names, products, brands, etc., you can list them right here. And then just give us some information, or if it's about people, then give us a bio. The beautiful thing about this prompt is that the content that you create with AI is going to be fact-checked, which avoids hallucination, and you can automate it using Perplexity. For example, if you're on a Mac, just hit Command and Enter from there, and then what you're going to see is the fact-checked information with Perplexity, which solves a massive problem with it. The last thing you want on your website is loads of hallucinated nonsense that makes your brand look bad, and number 2, doesn't convert because it's just a load of gibberish, right? So for example, if we read this example of myself, it says Julian Goldie is an SEO expert, which is true, and the founder of an SEO link building agency, also true. He's been building backlinks for over 6 years, true. And every single fact inside here is completely true. That's what you want, right? And you just automated it in one click. That's what we like to see. Now, I'm going to come on to different ways you can create the content based on what's helped me rank as well, but I want to show you this process first because it's going to save you a lot of time. So what we can also do is automate the fact checking for our content in terms of external relevant resources. So if you go to home, then go to ask anything. And from here, we're going to use this prompt that says, give me relevant authoritative external links for my article about keto brownies, include the source, a link to the original research, and why this is relevant. Unless you can link to it, do not even mention it, mate. And you can just replace this for whatever topic or niche you are in. We're going to hit enter. #1, that'll bring up a bunch of relevant external links like this, as you can see, so we can use those for our content. But also you can see here how it's referenced the sources with the link, along with why this link would be relevant, which means that you can just go through the list and you're like, I want this one, I don't want that one, etc. And it can selectively give you useful information and resources for your content. Now we can also automate the internal links. Bear in mind, you can actually combine these prompts that I'm giving you into one big super prompt, which means that you automate the external links, the internal links, and the fact checking in one single go. And the beautiful thing about Perplexity is that it's connected to the internet, so we can automate this for free with one single click. How do we do that? So what I'm going to do from here is I'm going to say site equals, and then I'll put in my site. Then I'm going to say, give me relevant internal links for my page about best SEO tools. You can change this with whatever page you're creating for your website. And then we're going to say, so that it links from this page to other pages on my site. Don't recommend generic pages because we don't want like an about me page or a contact me recommendation. And then we'll say, plus give me the recommended anchor text. Only use pages published on the site. And I want at least 5 recommendations. Not that I'm picky. So you can see here that it recommends the anchor text and it explains why that page is relevant to the page that you're creating. So why is it a relevant internal link? Now, if we click on that link, you can see that it directs directly to the page that it's talking about, as you can see right here, pretty nice. And the other cool thing about this is that if it doesn't find enough recommendations on your site, it will give you recommendations off your site. As an example of this, it said no relevant page found on the site, but an external link was found on YouTube directly to my channel, Julian Goldie SEO. So it actually figured out what my YouTube channel is and then recommended a page to link to. So you can see, for example, here it's pulled up my YouTube video and said embed that within your content because we can't find enough internal links. Pretty nice. Now let's talk about content creation. So let's say you're creating a content from scratch, you're not even sure what keywords to go for. We can put in a simple prompt like this, give me 20 ideas, as niche equals whatever your niche is, and then for keyword research, do this, right? Now also give me localized keywords because I put that inside the prompt, as you can see, and it's generated a bunch of relevant topics. So for example, let's take a random one like SEO training in Singapore, and you can see that's an easy keyword. We didn't even need the keyword tool to do it. Simple and easy stuff. So that's how you can automate the keyword research in one prompt. Now what you can do is you can take your competitor's top ranking articles. So let's take this page that's ranking number 1 for me. We'll take the content from that page. We'll plug it into Perplexity, as you can see, underneath the prompt. And then if we scroll up, we're going to say, with my competitor's article, generate an SEO content outline from article. Give me a list of all the relevant headings, competitor headings, order the content in a clean, easy to copy and paste list of headings, make the headings relevant to SEO, etc. I've put the keyword in there. So it's all custom tailored to my business based on my competitors. And again, we can automate the content outline in one click too. And as you can see, it's using the data from my existing ranking page. So it uses the data from your competitors. Why is that important? Because you can easily figure out, okay, this is what's working for my competitors, so I'm going to emulate a similar thing because that's what Google likes. But you can also personalize it to your business. So when you're creating the content, you can plug in the heading right here, and then you can plug in the source context right here. So for example, I could put in information about my brand and me, then I can plug in the heading, and then with this prompt right here, we can generate some nice content. Again, this is not using the paid for version of Perplexity. It is completely free on all the stuff that I've shown you so far. Finally, once you've generated the content, you want to use this SEO manual quality control checklist, as you can see right here. What I would say about everything that I'm showing you today is that this is great for creating the first draft of your content, but before publishing, use the SEO quality control checklist. It will help level up your content. I have a whole video series and list of workflows and SOPs on quality control. You can check that out, links in the comments and description to the free course. And bear in mind, poor quality content is bad for you, the user, and your sales. So always quality control. Like you can see with this article, it's actually pretty nicely written, it's actually interesting, and that's why it's ranking number 1 and staying ranking number 1. As you can see, this was created a month ago, but it's still ranking. Now, what you can also do is if you go to Perplexity and then go to library, as you can see right here, we can start a new collection. All right. And these are basically like free SEO tools that you can use to automate everything that I've shown you so far. So for example, you can see this keyword planner section right here. And you can see if we click on this, it says AI prompt applied. So it's pre-built with the prompts that I've already created so far. And for every single prompt that I've shown you, including fact checking, internal links, and everything else, you don't need to keep typing it every single time. You can just generate it in one click using a collection page. So you can see, for example, it's pre-plugged in with the prompt. Now, how do you create one of these? What you can do is you click on library on the left. And I think this is only available for the pro version, so I'm just giving you the heads up, but it's not expensive. Then you're going to go on to create a collection. We can put, for example, internal links, as you can see. We can plug in emoji. We'll put link as the emoji. Then we'll put internal link generator. And then we'll take the prompt for internal links, as you can see. We can plug that into the AI prompt. This is all custom tailored to my business. You can even make it shareable with your team, as you can see right here. So if you want the link for that, I'll leave it in the SOP. We'll hit create, and now we have our internal link generator. So inside the internal link generator, I've put keyword equals best SEO speakers, site equals juliangoldie.co.uk, and now you can see it's generated relevant internal links in one single click, all custom tailored to my business, because I've created that free tool that generates internal links for me on autopilot. Anything that you do more than 5 or 10 times, automate it with a tool like this, bookmark it, save it for later, you'll save yourself hours of time. If you want the SOP for that, I'll give you access to the end of this video. Plus, you can see I've even created a Topical map maker, as you can see right here. Now, let's step it up a notch, right? So what you can actually do is generate one-click tools using make.com, which is like a free version of Zapier. It does automation. You can link multiple apps together. It doesn't require any coding. And you can see here that I am on the free plan. So it doesn't cost anything to use make.com to automate stuff. Now, if we go to scenarios over here, you can see that I've created multiple different scenarios. We'll just go with the Perplexity and Claude automation, as you can see right here. And what you want to do is plug your API from Perplexity, and then you can route that to creating content with Claude, and it will publish it to WordPress, or you can publish to your social media channels. So you can see right here in this automation, it takes my competitor's URL, or it can be one of your existing URLs. It's going to run it through Perplexity and say, summarize the content from this page, and it's got my page right there. And one key thing I want to say about Perplexity, right? It can actually scrape live URLs, which is amazing because most APIs can't do that. And you don't need any coding experience. You can just plug it into make.com, very easy to set up. I've got really detailed guides on how to do that. Then you can route that information from Perplexity to your website, as you can see right here. So it takes the content from Perplexity, routes it to Claude, and then Claude creates an article that then drafts a post on my website. Doesn't publish it, drafts it first, then we can quality control it. You can see here as well, it creates a social media post using Perplexity and Claude, and then sends me an email of the copy that I can then just approve or manually edit before I publish to social media. Again, you can see if you want to send it directly to Twitter, you can do that right here. So you can route the information from your competitor's URL to Perplexity, to the router, down to Claude, down to Twitter. Pretty amazing stuff. Most people will charge you money for that. I'm just going to give it for free inside the SEP. So you can see I've linked to the JSON file right there. And then if you're in make.com, you can just go to import blueprint and upload the JSON file that I've given you. Customize it to your business. Boom, you just created yourself an AI tool and you didn't have to code anything. The final thing that I want to show you is how you can actually rank inside Perplexity, which is extremely important. Because if you look over the next 6 to 12 months, as Apple, for example, releases ChatGPT into their interface, as other iPhones and other search engines become more popular because AI gives people answers so quickly and is so powerful, it's really important to start thinking about how you can start ranking inside these models, right? So for example, Perplexity gets 2.6 million traffic, very popular tool. It's only going to grow in popularity. And as you can see, for example, if you type in Perplexity SEO Expert into Perplexity, you can see that it links to my YouTube channel right here. Now, why is that important? Because it's not about having a website so much anymore. It's about being the biggest brand. It's very different. What I mean by this is that with SEO, people are always going to search, but they're not necessarily going to search on Google anymore, or they're not necessarily going to search in the traditional way anymore. So if you look, for example, inside this Perplexity answer, it doesn't necessarily link to my website. In fact, it actually links to my YouTube. It says, as an SEO expert, Julian Goldie's revealed a new method to leverage Perplexity's AI SEO update for massive SEO gains, right? Who are people going to hire if they're looking for a Perplexity SEO expert? This cheeky geezer right here, right? The future of AI SEO is a battle of the brand, not the website. Sites are basically the last touch point, not the first. Mentions are going to be crucial, and that means mentions across multiple platforms, not just your website. There's going to be a lot of people who are thinking just in terms of their website and don't adapt, and they won't post multi-channel, which means that they get left behind when search changes in the future. And bear in mind, the velocity and the impact of AI is only speeding up. It's only getting faster. And so it's super important to understand this. That also means no more keywords. People are just going to be typing in random topics into AI, and then it generates you, but it's more of a vague thing. It's not like a specific keyword that you're going for. So you would try and cover a whole umbrella of topics, which you can do with a topical map. If you're not sure how to generate a topical map, I've got an SOP for you right here. It's completely free with a free tool. As you can see, you can plug in your keyword and then it automates a whole topical map for you so that you're not just relying on keywords, which means that you're going to be more successful with AI SEO in the future. And I even have a video tutorial breaking that down along with the Google Sheet template that you can steal from me. But that's basically it. So I've shown you how to automate fact checking with Perplexity along with content creation. I've shown you some of my best prompt examples, including how to automate internal links, keyword research, external links, etc. I've shown you how to create your own one-click tools, as you can see right here with Perplexity, so that you can automate most of the stuff I'm talking about. I've shown you how to generate make.com automations, which require no code, but create very powerful automations across social media and your website. And I've also shown you how to rank inside ASEO, and I've shown you proof that every single one of these methods works. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get access to everything that I've talked about today, we've covered a lot, and I'm going to do a live stream on this as well so that we can go through a slower, unedited version of the training and answer any questions as we go along. I'll be doing that for free on YouTube, but if you want to see the schedule for my live calls, join the SEO Elite Circle. And I'm going to add the SOP and everything that I've talked about today inside my free SEO course, which is going to be inside the free SEO Tools section. It'll be called Perplexity One Click, as you can see right here. I don't know anyone else who's put together so much information and so many different tools and methods for free. Most people would charge you thousands of dollars for this. I'm giving it to you for free because I want to help you with SEO. And by the way, if you want to get a one-to-one SEO strategy session where we can show you one-to-one how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visitors this month and generate thousands of dollars in sales on autopilot, feel free to book in your free SEO strategy session. Links in the comments and description. We'll give you an SEO domination plan. You'll discover the secrets of link building. We'll answer any questions you have. You'll learn the best link building strategy for your website, how to quickly outrank your competitors, and how to increase your SEO traffic. That is completely free. Link in the comments and description. Appreciate you watching. Bye-bye. Today, what I'm going to show you is how I rank #1 with Perplexity inside the AI. So you can see, for example, the keyword Perplexity SEO Expert, and then it links to my page directly right here. And additionally, if we scroll down, it also recommends me and my services inside the generation from AI. Now, this is crazy stuff. And today, in this video, what I'm going to break down is why traditional SEO is dying and what's going to replace it, the 3-step process to become the go-to expert inside AI models like Perplexity, and how to turn AI mentions into a flood of high quality leads. This isn't theory, I'm showing real results, real rankings, and real strategies that you can implement today. And if you want to get ahead of your competitors, now's the time. Let's get into it. All right, so here's a few examples, right? So I'm going to give you the actionable stuff today, but let me break down exactly how this works step by step. So what you can see here is if you take a keyword that is more like a topic, I don't see AI as having different keywords. I see it as having topics. And what I mean by that is that you're probably not going to go after a specific keyword to rank for. There's going to be so many different variations for this. I think the AI actually does the searching for you and figures out the best keyword relevant to your topic based on what you type in, right? So for example, if I put in Perplexity SEO Expert, what you can see is my video ranking #1 from YouTube right here. But not only that, if we scroll down inside the actual content right here, you can see that inside the content, not only does it link to my YouTube video no matter how far I scroll down, with a CTA to actually watch it, which is pretty cool. But you can see inside this content, it doesn't really mention any other SEO experts apart from myself. So if we zoom in right here, it says, as SEO expert Julian Goldie has revealed a new method to leverage Perplexity's AI recent update for massive SEO gains. And basically what you can do is you can actually train the AI and use SEO to rank within these chatbots. Now, this is the future of SEO, I think, because I can't see a world where people don't use AI to search. And the other thing that I would say is that a lot of people, scarily, have started switching to AI models to search instead of Google. Now, you can either be a dinosaur getting left behind and not adapting, which a lot of people will do, or you can adapt now, start thinking about it now, use the strategies that I'm showing you today, and move into the future and get a head start of all your competitors. 99% of your competitors are not thinking about this stuff right now. So here's another example. So if we scroll down here, you can see the keyword best rapid website indexer. Now, again, I don't think people are going to type like that. They're going to be like, tell me the best, or show me the best, or what do you think is the best, etc. And so these sort of keyword research tools probably going to be quite outdated. And instead you want to focus on the topic, not the keyword when it comes to SEO. This is why I talk about topical maps so much on the channel. So for example, in this video right here, you can see that I've created a topical map automation where you can basically find all the best topics to cover relevant to your niche no matter what. And you can automate these with one click just by typing in your niche. Full tutorial on right here. Bear in mind, like most agencies will charge you thousands of dollars for that. I'm giving it to you for free. Now, if we scroll down right, here's another keyword. So if you look at the topic, best rapid website indexer, what you can see here is that it pulled in multiple different URLs. So these appear at the top. And then if we scroll down, you can see that it's basically sourcing the brand mentions. So for example, Indexceptional, Giga Indexer, and Omega Indexer from the search results ranking and relevant to this topic, right? So for example, you look at this article by Jam Master Julian, aka Julian Goldie, you can see that because I've written this article and recommended the best rapid website indexes, when people type that into Perplexity or any sort of variation of this topic, it's going to recommend the brands. Okay. And so what I would say, if you want to rank within these search engines that are AI powered, it's not about ranking your website, it's about ranking your brand. And there's a big difference. All right. So these are essentially what you want the AI to do is mention you, your product, your service, your info product, whatever you're trying to sell inside the AI. That is the next step. Having a website is going to help massively. But the way that I see this is that previously, in the olden days, aka 2023 or 24, you would search on Google, then you go to the website, and that's where you buy, right? All you needed to do was rank your website, easy stuff. Now, what I think you need to do is you have AI and you need to route multiple sources relevant to the topic that you want to rank about. And this is why I try to be omnipresent with my marketing, right? I'll show you an example of how to do that in a minute. But basically, instead of just having a website, you might have a YouTube. Then, of course, you've got your website. Absolutely essential to have that. Then you might have Twitter or X. Then you're going to have LinkedIn. And the AI is sourcing all its information from these different data points. And then when people search them inside AI, you get recommended. Your competitors don't have a chance because all of a sudden SEO became a lot harder for the average Joe, but not if you watch this channel. And that's where we're basically at already. I wouldn't even say this is me predicting the future. I'd say, we're pretty close to this already. All this is going to take is one single update on the iPhone for it to start using ChatGPT inside the software, and all of a sudden, boom, everyone gets left behind who's not implementing this model right here. And it's a battle of off-page mentions, which could be backlinks, it could be PR, it could be social media, but the website is going to become less powerful and more diluted. And so I've shown you two different ways so far that I've ranked number one inside Perplexity. The first method is by creating YouTube videos. The second method is, for example, content on other platforms like you see Reddit. Another method that I want to show you is actually creating case study around topics you want to rank for. What do I mean by that? If you type in something random like Grok AI SEO into Perplexity right here, you can see that Grok AI it says inside the answer, inside the AI answer, Grok AI is a powerful tool for SEO optimization. According to Julian Goldie, Grok AI can be used to rank number one on Google, and he's used it to drive 27,900 traffic to his website, which is not factually correct. I don't say that inside the video. Anyway, it basically positions you and your brand as the expert on that topic. Before we go any further, if you want to make more money with SEO, if you want more leads, traffic, and sales from SEO, then we actually have a limited time discount on our SEO Elite Circle that comes with a community, a bunch of money-making courses. This also comes with weekly SEO coaching calls with me, a community of elite level SEOs, courses on local SEO, backlinks, YouTube, and growing your agency. You'll be able to DM me with any questions. There's a bunch of private SEO case studies in here that I can't show on YouTube. And you'll also get weekly SEO action plans. This is only for the action taker. If you want long, boring courses, this community isn't for you. But if you want to sign up and join the SEO Elite Circle, check out the link in the comments description and you can get instant access. So that if someone was researching the best person to hire, the expert, whether it's your agency, whether it's your course you're selling, whether it's your brand, etc., all of a sudden you have the highest form of social proof, because not only is Perplexity sending traffic to multiple sources like you see right here, but additionally, it's recommending you inside the responses and it's showcasing case studies, which are like the highest level of social proof when it comes to convincing someone to buy, right? And so there's so many different ways that you can utilize AI and rank within there, like I'm showing you with actual proof today. And I don't see anyone else talking about this on YouTube. It's crazy stuff. So just to recap, we've talked about battle of the brand and not the website. We've talked about how sites are basically going to be the last touch point, not the first anymore. We've talked about how off-page mentions are crucial and why you don't need to worry about keywords anymore, because instead it's all about the topic. I see keywords as becoming less and less useful, and topical maps where you rank for a specific topic, not a keyword, is more relevant, right? Because there's going to be 1,000 different combinations of this keyword that people are typing into AI, and additionally people will be using voice, they'll be using vision, they'll be asking the AI to just figure out the search for them. But essentially, AI does the selling for you, and this is the highest form of social proof. What I would also say here is that if you're an SEO agency, you might not necessarily be selling like SEO or link building, and clients who are watching this they might not necessarily be interested in, say, PR or backlinks or content creation. What they're going to be interested in the most is ranking within AI. And so I think within the next 6 months or next year, this is going to be the service to buy. If you want a call about that, feel free to book in a call. Links in the comments and description. But essentially, this is the future of SEO. Bear in mind, right? Here's the other thing. Inside Perplexity, people will be choosing which preferred model they want to rank with, right? So for example, if we scroll down here, you can see that it mentions Llama 3.1405B. Everyone's going to have their own preference on, oh, this is the best AI. Some people are going to use ChatGPT, some people are going to use Claude. Probably one of them will dominate the market, but I think that's yet to be seen which one is the best. But the main thing to realize here is that you don't just want to rank inside Perplexity, you want to rank inside all the AI. How do you do that? It comes down to this model right here. So thanks so much for watching. What I'm actually going to do is I will take the resources from today, including the example search. So if you want to check that, I've got the shareable link. And if you want the free recipe with a video tutorial on how to automate topical maps in one single click, it's pretty amazing, that template. You can get that right here in the document. We've also covered all the actionable stuff. We've got an recipe step-by-step for optimizing AI-driven searches. And additionally, what I've done is created a step-by-step checklist for ranking and optimizing for AI based on what's working for me. So what I'm going to do is I will take that and plug it into my free SEO course. Links in the comments and description. This comes with over 107 SOPs, templates, tutorials, and videos showing you exactly how to basically do everything in SEO. I should be charging thousands of dollars for it, but it's free for you. Link in the comments and description. And if we go to the SEO system section right here, what I'm going to do is I'll add a new lesson called How to Rank #1 in Perplexity AI, and link to the SOPs inside the video notes. And if you want to get everything I've talked about today personalized to your business, feel free to book in a free SEO strategy session. This is a one-to-one call, completely free, where we'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visitors per month and generate thousands of dollars in sales on autopilot with SEO. You'll get a free SEO domination plan, discover the secrets of link building, get your questions answered, and learn how to outrank your competitors. Feel free to put that in. Thanks so much for watching. Appreciate it. Today, we're going to be creating a make.com automation to create some insane AI SEO articles using Claude and Perplexity in a one-click AI SEO workflow. We have Kaz Dash in the building.
Hello.
And today what we're going to be doing is just building this automation live and then showing you exactly how, step by step. So what I'm going to do is pull up the screen and show you exactly what I mean and how it works. And also what I'll be giving away at the end of the video is the template that I created, the tool, and all of the prompts and step-by-step workflows along the way. So this is make.com. If you've never used it, it's free for 1,000 operations, kind of like Zapier. You can automate a lot of cool stuff. And if we log in right here, give me a sec, and we'll do this. Have you ever used this tool before, by the way? That's right.
The only time I've used it was the last time when we were doing a video on it. I've not actually had the time to check it out, but I do get the understanding. Like, it plugs into different AI models, and then you can get certain AI models to read, let's say, a spreadsheet, and you can just do things en masse, really.
Yeah, it's pretty cool as well, because now you can, for example, if you create a tool, say with AI on ChatGPT or something like that, you can't integrate different AIs together. You can't get them working together. So, for example, with these sort of workflows, you can bring Claude together with Perplexity using Claude 3.5 Sonnet, for example, and then you can plug that into a Google Sheet, and you can just link like all the best AIs together and get the best out of everything. So, for example, with Perplexity, it's actually one of the few APIs where you can actually crawl a live page that's already been published and indexed.
Right,
Whereas
okay.
with Claude, you can't do that, for example, or ChatGPT. I don't think you can do that unless you have some advanced coding skills, right? So, going to create a new scenario over here, and we can start building this bad boy out. And first thing that we're going to start off with is a Google Sheet. So we'll just create a Google Sheet with our keyword, and then we can plug that into the spreadsheet. And what we're going to do is click on Watch New Rows. And from here, we'll choose the spreadsheet ID.
See, this is the part where it goes a little bit over my head, but last time when you were actually setting up the sheet, you explained it pretty well, like the workflow and stuff. So if I remember correctly, you just get the ID of the spreadsheet and then the tab name as well.
Yeah, exactly. So let's call this, for example, Perplexity Claude Insane Articles Automation. And then what we can do is you can have this column called URL, and from here plug in, say, your competitor's URL, right? So for example, let's say when you're creating a content outline, you would always reverse engineer your competitor's article, right? That's like the
Yep.
first place you start with the top ranking articles. So for example, let's say we have a page ranking for us. Let's see what we got on there. On here, we can take an article like that. We'll plug that in as URL. And then we can link this spreadsheet right here from Google Sheets directly into make.com. So I'm going to click on choose a new file and we'll search for that one right there. Just refresh. So we've just created it. Also, I think it's really good to have you on this as well live, because you can, if someone is watching this and never created like a make.com automation, you can ask the questions so you can get left behind basically. So we'll choose a sheet name, which is just a sheet from the automation.
So that's the tab, right?
Yeah.
What you right? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. But competitor URLs
if
here.
you rename that now, you don't need to re-add that sheet name, do you?
Yeah, you will want to.
Okay.
Yeah, so for example, you can just refresh here. It'll take a minute or so, and then it'll pull out the new tab right there. And then you can also limit this. So you could say, I want to run this for 100 competitor URLs, or I just want to run it for 1 or 2. And in this automation, we'll just run it for 1 for now. And then what we're going to do from here is we're going to use Perplexity AI to make an API call, and you can just link the API from your Perplexity account to make.com to scrape the URL, right? And so you can take the URL from column A and then do whatever you want to do with it. Now, I think it's really good to have you here as well, because we can run through the best way to create a content outline.
Yep.
And use that as a basis for this prompt.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is, I'll delete that for now, and we'll reopen Perplexity, and we'll say create a chat completion. You can select the models here, which is pretty crazy. So you can choose between, say, Mixtral or Llama. We're going to go with Llama for now. And then we're going to add an item. We'll select the content as the URL from column A, which is this one right here. We're going to select user. And then in here, we can plug in our prompt, right? So we can say, using this URL, create a content outline for my SEO article targeting the same keyword. Now, typically, I know when you're creating content outlines, you try and figure out, okay, what are the LSIs and what are the relevant entities that you want to include inside your article, right?
Yeah, definitely. I sometimes, I know we might not be able to do it with this. Actually, we might be able to. I sometimes give it a little bit more info. So, for example, if there are certain groups of keywords that I know, like I would mention that. So if it's like best running shoes, it might also be best running shoes for men, and that might be like a very similar page. But to be honest, if we're giving it the competitor URL, we might not need to do that, because they might already be mentioning that throughout their article.
Yeah, exactly. What else would you want to include inside the content? For example, include some relevant FAQs.
Yeah, include commonly asked questions, and then obviously making certain that the keyword that we're targeting is mentioned within the first sentence.
We'll do that so we'll actually have a separate prompt for the introduction.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what about with the URL? Are we able to extract certain things from the URL? Because sometimes websites have like really SEO friendly URLs. Is that something that we can do?
Yes. We'll do that later as well. We'll actually have a separate automation for the slug, and we'll plug that into WordPress as well, which should be pretty useful. So
I'm jumping way too ahead.
You just No, it's good that you're thinking about these things too, because I was thinking the same. Have a separate section for the introduction, have a separate section for the slug, and then you can plug that all into WordPress later as a draft. And so using this URL, create a content outline, give me the semantically relevant keywords, LSIs, entities from the article, and then I guess you would have include, say, the top 10 headings.
Yep, subheadings. Include the top 10.
Semantically relevant headings plus subheadings.
In some cases, again, I've not seen the output of this, but whenever I've done that before, include the top 10 subheadings. In some cases, websites just have like really bad subheading structure, so they might be mentioning like John, the managing director, on every single page, and they've used John as a H2, and sometimes it pulls that in. So it'll be interesting once we get this back to see if it's done that or if it's done it the correct way.
Yeah, the other thing I would say about all this is no one ever gets it right first time.
Yeah.
Like, there's so many ways it can mess up, so many different variables, so it'll probably make a few mistakes as we go along.
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome. All right. So we've got the content outline prompt right here, and we're just going to rename that content outline prompt. We'll hit OK on there. The other thing that we might want to think about as well is, for example, sometimes you might want to include some knowledge from that first page we created. I usually do that with Perplexity, but just for the sake of keeping this simple and avoiding like too many variables that can go wrong, I'm just going to stick with moving on to Claude from here. Now, I think Perplexity is amazing for scraping live URLs. It's amazing for breaking down content because it's an LLM, so it understands the language probably better than most humans would. But it's not great for writing the content. We've tested it before and it's been absolute trash, isn't it?
Yeah.
Terrible trash. Throw it in the bin.
It's
on Twitter.
Yeah, yeah, it's not great. The content, we always call it AI hallucination, and it just spits out like anything that it can get its hands on. The one thing I will say, it formats the content pretty well. So if you want really nice formatted content, but the content's full of lies and garbage, then by all means, just use it. But yeah, you definitely need to be double checking and cross referencing the actual content. And sometimes I understand, like, some of you guys might not be writing about a content, or sorry, some of you guys might not be writing content about a topic that you understand. But if you just spend the extra 5-10 minutes, or get an editor, let's say you're quite a big organization, get an editor or hire an editor to just spot check and fact check everything that AI is spitting out.
Yeah. So from here, we're going to add a new module, and that's going to be a router. So essentially what we can do with the router is we can take
Does it
the
connect
outputs.
to the Wi-Fi?
Yeah, that helps too. Also, if this gets messy, you can click on auto align and it just aligns everything nicely in the spreadsheet. Like, for example, if that goes all the way over there, you can just click auto align and it will correct it right there. But essentially what we want to do is route the information from the content outline prompt to, say, WordPress, to social media. You could have multiple websites. Like, you could create the content for multiple websites and use it right there. So what we're going to do from here is we'll delete that module right there. And then we're going to route that information from Perplexity into Claude. And so I'm going to create a prompt with Claude. 3.5 Sonnet, I would say, is by far and away the most superior AI for writing content that I've seen on the internet. I don't know what you think, Kazra.
Sorry, say that again. Your voice cut out for a second.
Yeah, I would say the Claude 3.5 Sonnet is the best AI writer.
Yes and no. So I tested Claude recently, and I don't think that the content was great, but we'll go with it for now. I just thought that it was, to be fair, it might have been to do with my prompt, because I basically, what I was doing is I was testing Claude 3.5 versus ChatGPT Mini, and the prompt was literally, here's a load of subheadings, go and write it. And I just felt like the content just wasn't really up to par. But it'll be interesting to see what it comes back with the Perplexity outline. I think that with the Perplexity outline, it's going to be a lot better than how I had it set up.
So what we're going to do from here is we're going to take the content from Perplexity, right? So it says choices, then we select the drop down, then we're going to select message, and then we'll select content, right? And essentially that's taking the output from Perplexity here, plugging it into Claude, and then from there we can create the content. Now, there's a few different prompts that I like to use with Claude. I know we created a few together as well. But I'm going to take this one right here, and we're going to take this prompt, which I'll give you access at the end of this video if anybody wants access to it. We'll plug that into here. And so I'm going to put content outline, colon, equals the output from Perplexity. Then I'm going to take the keyword, and actually I think we should probably break down the keyword from this step as well.
Yeah.
So give me relevant keyword from page 2. We'll hit OK on there. And then going back to Claude, we've got the prompt. We'll say using the content outline, write an SEO article. Write as me, first person. For creating the content, every sentence in a new line. Add a conclusion, add FAQs, etc. Chop up complex tips into bullet points.
I think one thing that you've actually got this in your prompt, but for everybody that's watching this, making certain that you actually mention which grammar you want. Is it UK or US? Because in some cases it defaults to US if you guys are in the UK and stuff like that. So just mention which kind of grammar you want it to go down as well.
And then we'll hit OK on this. And we also want to get the slug from the relevant article. So I'm going to say, we'll just put 1,000 tokens for that. Add a new message. I always choose user as a role. And then we'll choose type as text. And then from here, we'll say, based on the choices from Perplexity, create a URL slug for the page. Don't include the main domain, just slug, e.g. / keyword. And that's basically going to generate the slug for the URL.
That's good. And then just a quick question, because obviously you were mentioning that you can output the content once it's come back. Are you able to output it in, let's say, just normal documents? Can you just download them, or does it need to find like an endpoint? Does it need to upload to Julian Goldie's Twitter or juliangoldie.co.uk?
You can send it wherever you want. Like you can link Google Docs to it or Google Sheets and that sort of thing. So if you have a writer that's got the same Google Doc access as you, then you can just plug it into the Google Doc.
Also, if we were going to do this on mass, let's say we wanted to do 5 articles, it will just go and create 5 Google Docs with 5 individual articles for each article.
Yeah, exactly.
Ah, right, okay. That's quite cool.
Yeah, it's amazing what you can do with Make. Like, it's crazy. I've seen some people build like faceless automations with video and that sort of thing.
That's crazy. What one thing I would probably say for anybody that is looking to do this is I think that the go-to strategy for this, it would probably be creating it as an actual Google Doc and then getting an editor to go back in and edit it and just spam check everything, because I know that we're making this look very easy, or well, Julian's making it look very easy. I'm just the pretty face right now. But the whole purpose of this is Claude, ChatGPT, Perplexity, they all massively hallucinate and they just spit out a load of garbage sometimes. So if you're in like a really tough industry, let's say it's something like super like niche, I don't know, manufacturing sandals, let's say, right? There might not be that much content on manufacturing for sandals, and if you're just getting Claude or ChatGPT or whatever AI model you're using to write content for you, it can definitely just add in a load of lies.
Yeah, what I think is one of the best ways to do it is like and this is what I'll show you in a sec, but basically you can send it to WordPress as a draft. And then it's just got the content in draft. It's not published, it's not out, it's not going to index or anything like that. And then you get your editor to go in, manually look through the draft, use the checklist I'll give you in a second, and then from there you can make sure it's not spam and it's fact checked and everything else.
Yeah, that's a good way. And then whenever it's like in draft mode as well, you can also build more internal links to the pages that you want to rank higher as well. So that's probably even better than just doing Google Docs.
Yeah, exactly. So for the introduction, I'm going to say write a short keyword optimized introduction relevant to the topic, 3 lines maximum, include a rhetorical question. And basically, you're just trying to keep it short, easy, straight to the point, etc. You want to ensure the keyword is in the first sentence. And also, I don't know, write it in the style of Alex Hormozy. Something like that.
Loves that prompt.
Every time now. It's been abused, that prompt.
Do you know what? I used that prompt the other day for something, and it was absolutely garbage what it came back with. I was like, I thought Julian said that it's working really well for him.
So we can test it in a sec. I'm going to unlink this. So if you create an automation, you're like, oh, I accidentally put my introduction at the end of the automation. It should be over there. What you can do is just right click, unlink, plug that into the automation, and then just click on auto align again, and it's just neatly organized again. And then the final method is we're just going to plug this into WordPress directly. So if we go to create a post, we'll change this to whatever WordPress website you want to set up.
If somebody is looking to just add like a new website, they don't need to like install a plugin, nothing like that. You can literally just is it literally just the add button at the top?
Yeah, exactly. So you would just go to, if you want to add like a new plugin, just click on add a module, and then you can search for whatever.
No, sorry, let me rephrase my question. If somebody wants to publish it to their website, they don't need to install make.com plugin on their website, do they?
No, I don't think so.
Oh,
As far
right.
as, I think you just link it directly in Make, and then
Right.
set up from there. As far as I can remember, but it's been a while. So I'm going to put content creation in that section. So we've got introduction, content creation. Then from here, we're going to have the slug. I think it's always good to rename the modules just so you know which part each does. Keep it organized. And then the final method is just, we'll probably want to add like a title in there as well. So I'm going to add a new message. Do you have any recommended prompts for keyword optimized titles?
Keyword optimized titles. Maybe I'm just a little bit lazy with optimizing. Oh, actually, sorry, titles. I always try to make it a little bit clickbaity, but always remember to use the actual keyword. One thing as well is try to use the keyword first, then make it clickbaity. So, for example, the best running shoes for men. You won't believe this, or you won't believe this. What we found. So something along those lines.
Okay. Yeah, so make it clickbait, use the actual keyword from the content outline, and front load the keyword in the title.
Yep. Sounds good.
Make it short too. Okay. Let's
could
see
also,
how badly this goes.
I was going to say, in the page title, you can also mention how many characters you want it. Because how many characters is it that you can actually have in a page title? Is it like 45 or something?
Yeah, you probably want like just, I don't know, 8 words maximum.
Character limit for page titles. 60 characters or 575 pixels. So you could mention that in the actual prompt itself.
65 characters, yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, so we've got the title prompt there. We'll hit OK, and then we just need to plug this all into WordPress. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and run this. Let's set this up right. Delete that. Go into WordPress. Choose a title. So this is number 6, which is the title. We're going to select content and then text. For the actual content, we'll take the content from this module right here. And for the type,
Can I be really annoying?
You can.
When you selected the content text, so if you just scroll back up to above posts for a second, how do you know which module you're looking at?
It's got the numbers there, and you see how it bubbles up
So
as well.
you've got, so that's 5, and then for the title it's 6, but what does that correlate to?
See, if you go back here, it's hard to see without actually running the automation. It'll become a lot clearer once the automation is run.
Right, okay.
But if I hover over 5, you can see it bubbling up in the background. So you see how it's bouncing up and
right,
down?
okay. I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what? That's the one thing that I don't like about this make.com. I think that could definitely be improved a little bit.
Yeah, it's not perfect. It's
Yeah.
definitely not perfect, but it is free as well.
Yeah, that is true. For something free, we have used it a lot for that.
And then also it's labeled it now. So you see how it says introduction,
right, yes.
content creation. Slow. It took a while to show up there, but it's just showing up there. So we'll take the content text right there. And actually, for the content, we will take the introduction, and then we'll add the actual content from the content creation section, add the text in there. For the title, we want to be using that. And we'll delete that. So we've got title here, content, introduction, and the actual content. Type. For this section, we'll select the slug, which we've got there. So you can see it says slug, and then we'll plug that in. And then for status, wait for that to load, and we'll change that to draft. Always edit your content, folks. And then we'll click OK. And we're just going to run that for the first one. That could totally mess up.
Do you think it'll work first time?
No,
right,
I think it'll probably mess up in ways that I've totally forgotten. But I'm going to hit run now and see what happens. So it's running the Perplexity prompt. You can actually see the outputs if you hover over there. So you see how it says 1?
Yeah.
So it's giving us the outputs right there. And then this is the choices. We can find the message, content, and then it's created a content outline right here, right? So that's the actual content outline. And then it's got stuck over here. So I'm just going to see what we got here. Now, in terms of the introduction, it feels very fluffy. So we can actually edit the prompts right there. But you see how it says looking for the best rapid website indexer to skyrocket your online presence. Very fluffy. Wouldn't recommend writing your intros like that. And so what I'm going to do is actually take a lot of the prompts from here and we'll take that, we'll move that up right there. And we'll just take this prompt so that we get a better output from the actual introduction. So we'll copy that, go back to make, edit this bad boy. Plug in the prompt that works for us before, hit OK, and then there's been an error. So we got like 60% of the way there. Not too bad, actually. It's definitely gone worse in the past. So you see how it's got too many tokens? It's because Claude has a maximum tokens of 4096.
What does that mean?
It's like the amount of tokens that it uses to generate the output.
Oh, okay. So it actually asks you whenever you're setting up like one of them bubbles, how many tokens you want to use.
Yeah, and then, for example, for the title, like you're not going to use many tokens for that.
Right, okay.
So we'll run again, give that a whirl, and when you're running it again, you want to choose where you start. So we'll choose manually, we'll go back to our spreadsheet. We'll take the medium article that we're scraping, we'll hit run once, and we'll see what it produces. By the
Do
way,
you
how much
think it'll...
smoother has this gone than last time?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I done a video on AI SEO and I said we make it look so easy when in reality it's not. Like you just have issues like this all the time. What's it say now? Overloaded. Have you overloaded
We've
Anthropic?
overloaded. Click on ignore all errors. And what's happened here? I don't know. We'll try overloaded. All right, maybe we've put too many tokens in there. We'll just put 2000 for now. See what happens there. Hit OK. And we'll run it again.
Third time lucky.
Let's see what happens. What is
Invalid
that? What is a
instance
catch-all?
ID.
We'll delete that.
How did it sneak behind that?
So cheeky.
I hope so. But the good thing about this is obviously the first time you do it, it's obviously going to take longer. But once you actually have it set up, you don't need to do all of this again.
Yeah, exactly.
It looks
Oh,
like
it's
it's...
just worked magically, hasn't it?
You sound awfully surprised that it's worked, Julian.
I'm loving it. All right, should we actually see what came out at the end?
Yeah,
Now, I think
this will be interesting.
this is not going to be perfect. So you can already see, look, I
Oh,
think
God.
it's given us, here's a clickbait title instead of just giving us a title. But if we actually go on edit and we'll see what the actual content is like.
So it looks like it's just copied. Oh, no, actually.
It's just, you could actually just take that. And this is why you do need a manual editor, but you can take that and you're good to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then if we look at the actual content, ever wondered how to get your website noticed faster? I've been there, and let me tell you, finding the best rapid website indexer can be a game changer. Let's dive into Indexceptional. It might just be the tool you've been looking for to boost your site's visibility. And then, of course, this signals H1. So that'll be a H1 heading right there, which is why
Also, whenever there's a hashtag, it's H1.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Hey there, Julian Goldie here. Ever felt like your website's just floating in a digital void waiting to be noticed? I've been there, and this is frustrating as hell. That's why I'm pumped to share my experience with the best rapid website indexer I've come across, Indexceptional.
Okay. What does two hashtags means? Does that mean that's a H2?
Yeah, H2. Yeah, I know
Okay.
this because from the SEO boardroom, it's all on Discord. And to format the post really nicely, like you use hashtags for H1 and then two hashtags for H2, etc.
Okay. It's not done a terrible job. I've definitely seen worse content. Yeah, it's okay. It can definitely be improved. What's your thoughts?
I would say, like, all right, let's grade it in terms of formatting. Formatting is good to go, right? It's got like the actual headings. It's every sentence on a new line. It's quite easy to read and it's very simplified. So, for example, if we already look at what's ranking on Google, and you compare what's already ranking and the readability of that, which is ranking number 1, and you compare that side by side versus the readability of this article, and this is, bear in mind, this is already ranking number 1. Which one reads better? Which one reads more like a human?
And the Exceptional stands out as the best rapid indexer. Ever wondered how to get yours? Yeah. I think they're both pretty decent.
I would say that is more generic fluff.
I would argue that the reason why you're saying that, or well, the reason why it's ranking is because it's got more entities. For example, Indexceptional is an entity, Index Me Now is an entity, Omega Indexer and Link Indexing and Giga Indexer. So I can see, yes, that is a little bit more fluffy, but it has done a good job of including all of the entities on one paragraph, whereas the one that we've just generated now, I don't think it has got like one monster paragraph in mentioning all of the brands.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It doesn't have the entities, but in
Mm.
terms of how it's written, I would say the content here is written nicer and like
Yeah,
easier to read.
yeah, I would agree.
Yeah. And then also, in terms of the actual optimization on the page, I think the prompt should be tweaked so that it's got more entities sprinkled throughout the content.
Yeah,
But I think like the actual headings, for example, like if you look best rapid website indexer, shocking results in minutes, it includes the keyword in the introduction, includes the keyword in the title. I think the actual way it's written is entertaining, nicely formatted, probably better than what's already ranking on Google. Bear in mind, this is my subreddit that's ranking. Like,
yeah,
but you can, I would say genuinely, this is better for the user. It might not be as good for SEO, but this is better for the actual user. And so from there, it's quite easy for an editor to just go in and edit the content.
yeah, definitely. I think the biggest thing that we should probably look at is the one that's ranking right now is better for search engines. The one that is spit out is probably better for users. You just want to find a happy balance of both. I would probably say,
Yeah.
because if you just optimize your content just for SEO, it probably won't make that much sense for the user to read it. And if you just optimize your content just for the user, Google won't understand like all the entities and all the LSIs and stuff. So try and find that happy balance of a 50-50 split almost.
Yeah, I think as well, like you could just edit the prompts and then it would be a much better one. And if people want to see that, if people want to see us edit the prompts so that it's more SEO optimized in the workflow, then just feel free to comment below and we can do that for you. But honestly, I can tell you now, I've hired like copywriters off Upwork and places like that have created way worse content, like a million times worse content.
I believe that. Because I've done the same as well in the past, and it's not been great. It's definitely better than the Fiverr garbage that you can get.
Yeah, that's it. And again, like I wouldn't publish that straight off the bat. I would use something like you can see inside my free course, which I'll show you in a second, where there's a quality control section. So if you go to the SEO quality control section, these processes right here can help you edit the content before you publish it so that it's number one, SEO optimized, but number two, it's not just AI trash. Like it's fact checked, it's humanized and reads really well. But what I'm going to do from here is inside the SEO system section, inside my free course, links in the comments description. If we go to the edit section, I will upload the blueprint from make.com directly in here and you can just steal it from me for free and then just link it to Perplexity and Claude, and it's absolutely insane what you can do.
Yeah, sounds good.
Awesome. And if anyone wants to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session where we basically personalize everything that we've talked about today to your business to get more leads, traffic, and make more money from SEO, feel free to book there. Links in the comments and description. Appreciate you being on, Kazra. Cheers.
Thanks for having me.
Today, I'm going to show you an insane one-click AI SEO tool using Claude 3.5 Sonnet and Perplexity to basically scrape the web, create content, automate all your social media posts. I'm going to give you the whole template for free today, along with my best SOPs, templates, the workflow, and even the transcripts from today. I've never shown this before. This is a brand new automation. You can basically use this to create a one-click content empire, build a It's extremely powerful for SEO. It's basically a 24/7 content factory. Let me show you exactly how to use it. Let's get it crack-a-lacking then. So basically, first place you want to start is with make.com. Then we're going to log in and you can just create a free account on there. And there's so much crazy stuff you can do. So what you're going to do from here is you're going to go to scenarios and start setting up a new automation. Now, if you just want to steal the template from me, I'm actually going to give that to you at the end of the video. And then we're going to go into our new scenario. We can just call that Claude and Perplexity automation. And what you can do from here is you can create a new Google Sheet and link your Google Sheet to make.com. So we can say watch new rows. Basically, every time a new row is added, it triggers this automation. We can set that to just run once, but you could run it for all of your blogs if you really wanted to. Then we're going to open up a new spreadsheet. You can just type in sheets.new if you're logged into Google Drive. And you want to link this spreadsheet to your scenario, which will show you exactly how to do. So what's pretty cool about this, if you're using Perplexity with the API, is you can take a URL like so, drop it into your spreadsheet, as you can see, and Perplexity can actually read the URL and the content from the URL using the API, which ChatGPT and Claude cannot do. So this is very unique to Perplexity. That's why I recommend using Perplexity in the first stage of the process. So for example, if I plug this into Perplexity and I say summarize the page, you can see that it actually reads the page and explains what it is. So now we can take this spreadsheet, which I've labeled Claude and Perplexity automation. We can go into a new scenario, and inside the spreadsheet ID section, we can search for that spreadsheet to link it directly to Make. There we go. We'll click that. There's only one sheet inside the spreadsheet, as you can see right there. So we will click sheet 1. Now at this point, you might be wondering, okay, why would you use this automation right here? The thing is, there's many different use cases for this. You could use it to repurpose your content into different platforms, or even take a website that you own, or let's say you have one website in the same niche, but you want to create like 3 of them. You could actually get Claude, using the automation I'm about to show you, to take that content that's already ranking, rewrite it, and then plug it into multiple different websites. I'll show you how to do that in a second. The other thing that some people might do is they might take their competitor's URL and then rewrite the content based on their competitor's URL. I'm not advising that, but that's probably something some people would do with something like make.com. This is also really good for news-related articles, so you could drop in a news-related article, and then you could create all your social media content and SEO content using that process. So let me show you exactly how this works. So we're going to click on add another module over here. We will type Perplexity, and we are going to create a chat completion using Perplexity. Now I have to link this directly to my Perplexity account. So we'll click on create a connection. Then we're going to plug in the API key from Perplexity. Now, if you're not sure how to do this, let me show you exactly how you can do it. So if you go to your settings in the bottom left on the pro mode, go to API, make sure you've got some credits in your account. And then once you've got those in, you can click on generate an API key right here. And then just plug it in right here. So you can copy it from Perplexity and paste in your API key directly into Make. Now, when you select the role, select user, as you can see right here. And then we're going to take the content from step number 1, which you can see right here. So the URL that we want to scrape with our tool. And you can do multiple things here, right? For example, you could say summarize the content from this page, plug in the max number of tokens. Obviously, the more tokens you use, the more API credits it's going to cost. Hit OK, and you should be good to go. And now what you want to do is just run it once, just to have a quick check that it's actually working. Now, when we look at this automation, you can choose to run it, right? And for example, we can choose where to start, choose manually, and just run the automation and actually check it works. I think it's always good to do this early, because if you do it once a whole automation has been set up, then you're going to waste a lot of credits testing it. And additionally, it's going to take more time to figure out, okay, where is the actual problem, right? And it's never right first time around. So you can see right here, it's run with Google Sheets and it's run with Perplexity. And you can see the outputs here. So you can see all the activity. So for example, it's taken the URL from our spreadsheet, which is correct. And then if we look at the Perplexity automation, you can see the input here. So the input is summarize the content from this page, and then it's got the actual page that we want to scrape right there. Now inside the choices section, if we click on the plus sign, click +1, hit message, you can see the output, so the actual response and result of using Perplexity. And so it said the content on this page provides a free tool, and then it summarizes the details from that page. So it's actually scraped the URL. Then what we can do from here is add a new module, which we will call router. And this is going to route the information and the results from Perplexity to multiple new automations. If you look at this make.com automation, basically it's going in chronological order. So it's starting with the Google Sheet, then it's going to run the Perplexity automation. Once it's got the response from Perplexity, it's then going to plug that into multiple different platforms. Now, this is pretty cool because now you could run that content because you can tailor all the responses automatically from Perplexity that use the scrape URL in the first place, right? So for example, if we type in Claude right here, we'll click on create a prompt. If you haven't already linked it using your API, then we're going to put in max tokens 4000 over here, and we're going to add a message. So again, we'll select user, then we'll select content, and we'll type in text, and then we can plug in our prompt right here. And we can say, use this, take the choices from Perplexity, as you can see. So we'll click on that. Then we're going to take a prompt that's worked for me previously when ranking SEO content. Then we'll put write an SEO optimized article on the same topic, but it's basically going to rewrite the content better than the original, right? And we say write an SEO optimized article on the same topic. Word count equals 1000 words. Number one, I would actually recommend usually reverse engineering your competitors to find out the actual word count you should use. Number two, it doesn't really matter about the word count, it's more about the quality, and AI doesn't always stick to that, but we're going to use that as a rough guide. So I've said use this, and it's taken the choices from Perplexity. Then it's going to say write an SEO optimized article on the same topic, word count equals, and then we'll hit OK. And then you can send that wherever you want, right? So for example, you could send that to social media. If we actually search for apps or modules, you can see right here, we could link Facebook, we could link Twitter, we can even link LinkedIn, right? So you can basically create social media posts using this process. The other thing that you can do is you could link this directly to your WordPress, right? So you could actually create a blog post using the information scraped from Perplexity and then plug that into your website. For example, click on create a post over here. We can set up the connection and the automation and then just post the content as a draft inside WordPress before we actually post it, because obviously we need to like quality control it and edit it before it goes live. Now, once you've got this set up, you can actually just click on clone, and that will set up a whole new stream based on what's already worked. And we could, again, send that to a different WordPress website. We could send to social media, etc. So for example, if we click on Facebook pages, create a post, and then you can link that directly in there, right? And you could do this for all your social media. Now, if we click choose where to start, and we'll run this manually again just to see what happens. We'll select choose manually. Obviously, I haven't set up the WordPress and Facebook pages 100%. You just need to fill in all the details right there. Now, I'll just delete that for now because I've not set it up properly. But just as an example of what this looks like, if we hit choose where to start, choose manually, we'll select that URL, and then we're going to run this and just see what happens, right? And you can see basically it's progressing from each stage. Now it's writing the article that we want to generate. And I'll show you once that's done exactly what it looks like. So if we click on the one over here, and then we'll go to the output, click on content, text. And if you look at this content, it's actually half decent, right? There's a few things I would change in the prompt, but if you actually look at the content, it's quite interesting. It's not like spammy AI trash. As an example of that, right, if we just go on to, say, po.com and we say write an article about a TikTok tool, just to show you how powerful this prompt is and what the difference is, you can see how boring and fluffy this response is versus the actual article generated by Claude right here. So for example, but here's the thing, there's a secret weapon that can change the game for you. It's called the TikTok SEO tool and it's completely free. Like the actual copywriting inside that content is nice. It's inserted some relevant titles. It's nicely formatted. It even gives a step-by-step tutorial. And if we check the output of the content, It's about 720 words, right? Now you can actually clone that response right there and then get Claude inside this section and say, for example, write an SEO optimized article on the same topic, but only answer the relevant FAQs and questions. And that would basically fill out the gaps that stage 1 actually missed. And then finally, you could actually link that to WordPress. So if we type in WordPress over here, we'll click on show more, create a post, select your website. We'll just call the title example 1, and we can rename these parts of the content. So we could put right here, main article, hit OK, and then rename this section FAQs plus relevant subheadings. Hit OK, right? And then if we go to WordPress over here, we'll select content. We'll take the text response from part 1, as you can see, and then we'll take the text response from part 2 as well. In the type section, we can select posts, excerpt we can ignore, hit OK, and that is ready to go now. So if we just run a manual completion on this, like hit OK, hit run once, you can see it's running the whole automation, routing the information, creating the content over here, as you can see. And then now that it's run it, we can actually just change that and say, insert the content from this output too. And now if we go to our WordPress article, as you can see right here, 1,500 words. The content still needs a bit of editing, but it's a lot better than it would be previously. For example, like, trust me, your future TikTok famous self. Thank you. As you can see, as you scroll through the content, it's nicely formatted. It's got the headings, subheadings, bullet points, etc. All good to go. That was incredibly simple. So now there's many use cases for doing this, right? Number 1, you're scraping a live URL. The only API that you can actually do that with is Perplexity on made.com, as far as I'm aware. So ChatGPT and Claude, they're not going to do it for you. You can route that information to multiple different websites or even to multiple different social media accounts, right? For example, if I click on Claude over here, then we'll hit message, user, content, text, select the text. So we'll say, use this. We'll take the Perplexity output again, and we'll just say something like create a short, fun social media post, every sentence on a new line, no hashtags, and make it a practical how-to tutorial, right? We'll hit OK. And by the way, if you're wondering if that actually works, you can see, for example, my social media account on Twitter. We're getting an average of about 57,000 impressions using AI and a similar process. And the same on LinkedIn as well. You can see yesterday, for example, we got 10,500 impressions. Nearly 400,000 impressions per month just on LinkedIn alone, using a very similar process, right? And so now we can add, for example, like Facebook or LinkedIn or Twitter or whatever you want to link this to. The other thing that you might want to do first is actually approve it before you publish the content, right? Because the thing is, if this is for your brand, you don't want to just post something that AI could easily mess up, right? AI is very temperamental. We all know that. And so what you can actually do is just select Gmail, for example, send an email, and take the content from this and plug it into an email. We'll put the subject line as next social media post. Then you can take the content from this chat right here, approve it, and then publish it onto your website or get your virtual assistant to do that for you. And also, one thing to note with all of this, right? So for example, if you're putting content from Claude that you haven't manually checked before publishing, then make sure it's draft on WordPress. And then additionally, you can use something like this manual review checklist, which I'll link to in the SOP, where you can just do all the quality control checks before you actually publish the content to your website so that it's not just spammy fluff. But that's basically it. Now you can automate everything with a live URL. Very powerful process for syndicating the existing content that you have, repurposing it. Additionally, you could create new blogs from your existing posts. You could even plug in your old URL over here, rewrite it using Claude, and then plug that into WordPress for the newly edited post. Additionally, you can use this for social media. You can use it for news. Some people probably even use this for competitor research, I'm pretty sure. And you could even take live URLs from your top ranking competitors and then create content outlines in a very similar process, and then get Claude to write the content as well. If you want to see more on that, just let me know in the comments. I've created this tutorial because I know more people wanted to see more content around make.com automations. It's absolutely the same what you could do with this Perplexity and Claude workflow. So thanks so much for watching. What I'm going to do is I'll actually take the template, script, tutorials, and SOPs and prompts, plus the SEO manual quality control checklist and the sheet template that you can steal from me, and we'll plug that into my free SEO course, which comes with over 90 free SEO tutorials, tips, and workflows and templates. Now, if we go to the AI agent section right here, I'm going to add this. It's going to be called Claude plus Perplexity. We'll hit save like so. If you want the video notes and the templates, it's right here. If you want the files that you can import to make, I've actually uploaded it right there. And you can get instant access to that. Link to the free course is inside the comments description. If you want a free one-to-one SEO strategy session where we can basically personally tailor everything that I've talked about today to you and your business, feel free to book that in. Links in the comments and description. And in this one-to-one SEO strategy session, you'll discover a free SEO domination plan, discover the secrets of link building, we'll answer any questions that you have, and you'll learn how to quickly outrank your competitors with link building. Thanks so much for watching. Appreciate it. Bye-bye. Today I'm going to show you exactly how to rank number one with Perplexity 3.0 and Claude's model free AI SEO tools live in this video.
Honestly one of the best AI SEO tools that I've seen out there. It's very, very powerful.
Claude
3.5
out, run some workflows to see what happens.
versus
Inside Perplexity, which is a fact-based tool. You can get free access to
which one is the best.
But you can also upgrade, so I'm going to upgrade
so
for everyone watching.
We've done a video on this
so that you can see what it's like.
Using
and you can see we now have access to Claude inside here. Now, if you want free access to Claude and Perplexity, you don't have to upgrade. This is just something I want to show you so that you can see how powerful it is. And what we'll do is we'll actually pull up ChatGPT 4 and then we can compare side by side how they look. And when you start typing,
all three of them,
you'll see that you can select Claude 3 Opus, or you can
and
choose
also
Sonnet,
we've got the previous prompts that we've used.
Opus is the most
we can
intelligent
quickly
model.
jump straight into
Sonnet,
them and
which
also
is
share
like
what's working
in between
and how to
speed
quickly get
and
into it. So
intelligence.
should save people watching a
Haiku,
lot of time.
which
And
is the
also
fastest model.
all the prompts
So
and
let's
all the
test
tools
out
that
and
we
see how
create
it goes,
today,
right?
we can just
So
share
one of
with
the
people at
interesting
end of
things,
the
so you can
video
actually
and
take
they can get
images
free
like you can
access to
see
it
right
too.
here,
Yeah,
upload them into Claude, and then generate
All right, so let's start with Claude. We've got
for
Poe
that
ready
product,
to go
right?
over
So
here.
let's say you
And
have an
Perplexity,
e-commerce
by the way,
store
if you're not sure
or
about
some
Poe,
info
is
products, you could
an
actually put
underrated
in the
AI
image
tool
into Claude
where you can
and then
basically
get
create
it
your
to
own
describe
bots
the
like this.
content
You can create
that's
your own
inside the
one-click
image.
SEO tools.
Now, what we
I
can
don't
also
pay for
try
this, but you can
is
see
this
you can
from right
choose
here,
between
which is read through the
multiple
article. Does it
different
sound like a real SEO expert talking
models right here. And the cool
enthusiastically
thing
about
about
the
this
topic,
is
or does it sound dull,
a
corporate,
lot
and
of these are
mechanical?
free models.
Please
So,
edit
for
any
example,
awkward
subscriber
phrasing
access,
to make it
obviously
sound more
you're not
lively
going
and
to use that
engaging,
at all
right?
because you have to
Basically,
pay
you
for it
take
to
the
subscribe.
content from your
But for
existing
example, Claude 3
article. This is a good
Haiku,
way to edit your
Claude 3
content
Opus,
and then get rid of the awkward,
Claude 3
boring stuff
Sonnet,
that's
you
not
can use
going to
all of
keep
these for
people
free
reading, right? So, for
using
example,
Poe to
you can
create
see
your own bots.
paragraph
So
1.
what we'll do is we'll jump
discuss the
straight back
importance
into
of
that
lead
SEO
generation
we
for SEO
created
agencies
previously
and provide
with
you
a bunch
with
of
proven strategies to
AI
attract
SEO
clients.
tools.
And you can see the edited
And
version
we
is
can
a lot more
start
interesting and
off
engaging and will
by
probably hook
using
people in a lot better.
Claude to go
Now,
with
it tells
something
you
like this. Now,
exactly
if
which
we were going
paragraph
to
to edit
create
content,
a keyword
and you
research
can see
tool
the
like this
before
to
and
embed
after
on
is
our
just much
site,
more
let's
interesting in
say,
terms of the content, right?
is there anything that
So
you
the
would change in
original,
the
bit
prompts
boring,
before we
bit
plug it
awkward.
into Claude?
Afterwards, the
think
content
where
is a
we
lot more
messed up
engaging,
on
uses
last
more
time
interesting
is we
words,
should
and the
probably
copywriting is just
make it
overall
niche
better
relevant as
versus
opposed
the
to just
original.
making it
And then you know
overall.
exactly what to
I
change
think
in the
we should
article,
pick
where
a
to change
niche.
it,
And
and how to
if
reword
I'm
it.
being honest with you, I
Now,
think
another
that
little workflow that
even
you
if
can
somebody
actually
was
use
to
is for
actually create
keyword
this as an
research.
actual
What you can
tool
actually do is
where
use a
you
free tool
select
like
a
Google
niche,
Ads
you're
Keyword
probably going to
Planner,
get much
and then
better
go
output
to
as
discover new
opposed to
keywords,
just letting it
click on
run
start a
wild.
website
So
over here,
let's
and
do
then
the niche
plug
of
in a relevant
coffee,
website
for
that you want to check
example.
keywords
So I think
for.
that
You
the
can choose whether
output's
you
going to be a
use the
lot
entire
better,
site
and it's
or
going to
only
train
that page.
itself
I would
on
recommend the entire
which
site.
keywords
Once we
to
hit get
basically
results
output.
like so,
Yeah, and I think we
what you'll
actually
see
did
here
create something
is a
similar to
bunch
that,
of
which
keywords
is
that you can use in your
this.
workflow. So
Let's
if we
have a
take
look. It
those
might be this one
keywords
right here. Keywords
and
plus
you can
content.
select all
Let's have a look.
2000 if you want. And then what we're going
I'll
to do
just
is
edit the
click download
details,
keyword ideas in the right over
and
here.
we'll check
Click
the
Google
previous
Sheets,
knowledge
and we'll
we've
export
given
that
it.
to Google
So it's this
Sheet.
one right here, right?
Once that's ready, we'll click
Yes,
open
it is.
Sheet.
Yeah.
And now we
So
have a
what we
bunch
can
of
do is we
keywords
can
from
take
our
this
competitor.
prompt right here,
And you can do this for any
and then we
website
can
that
copy
is your
and paste that.
competitor.
And I'll show you
So if we
exactly
take
how
those
to
keywords
create
right
your
here,
own tool using
we'll
Claude.
plug it
So
into Claude like so.
there's two ways you
So
can do it.
see our
Basically, you
pasting
can do
in
it
the
for free
keywords.
directly
And
inside
then just
Claude.
something as
And
basic
this
as
is
like
free,
cluster
so
these
you can use
keywords
Claude
into
3.5
pages that
on
I
it
want for the
directly
website.
there.
Otherwise,
And
if
then
people
what it's
watching
going to do
this
from here
and
is
they have the
basically
premium
cluster your
version of
keywords
Claude,
into
then you can
categories
actually
and
create a
relevant
new
pages, right?
project
So you've got the main
right here
category at the
using
top,
Claude.
and
So
then you've got the
we'll
pages
start off
underneath.
with a new
So
chat,
for
and I'll show
example,
you how to
affiliate
do
marketing
this.
basics, and then what is
And
affiliate marketing,
these
how
are the
affiliate
prompts that we
marketing
actually
works,
came up with
benefits
together,
of affiliate
Kazra.
marketing, etc.
Yeah, this
Then
was
it's created a
from
beginner's
our
category
previous
right here
video
and
that we
best
done,
affiliate
but
program section,
it'll be
etc.
interesting to see
And the
if
good
it's
thing about Claude
improved
3
since the
Opus
last
is
time
that it
we've
could just
used it
handle a
as well.
massive context window.
Okay,
Now you
so
can
I
do that
said,
with the
got
free
your
version
name.
or the paid
Let's dive
version. I
into
think
this
it's going to
coffee
work either way.
website. What's
Now,
the
what
main
we can also
keyword or
do
topic
is
you
take
want me
our
to
existing
tackle
article
first? So I guess we could say
and
something
basically say
like
review the article for any claims or
best
statements
coffee.
at surface level only.
Yeah, we could
Expand
do
on
we
these
could
by
do
providing more
either go
detailed
down that
examples
route
and
or we could
explanation
go
for
down
why
the route
/
of coffee
how it
machines,
achieves the
but
claimed benefit.
whichever one
Aim
that
to
you
help the
want.
reader truly understand the
Let's
value,
go with
right?
that then. Let's
And
go
so
with
if we hit
coffee
enter like so,
machines.
it will
How come
tell
it's
you
not doing the
exactly how to
preview?
improve your content.
Do we need
Let's
to
go
go
back to start a
So,
new chat,
for
and
example,
we'll say
it tells you exactly
create a
where
keyword
the article needs
research
to be
tool.
improved right here
There we go.
and the reasons
And by the
why,
way, if people watching this
plus
and you're
how
not
you can
sure like
improve it,
how to get the preview,
and
you
then you
just
can
need
do
to
that for
enable
each
it in your
part of the
settings. So
content.
just go to settings,
Now, you
enable
don't have
artifacts,
to
and it should be
just
there.
use Claude. In fact,
Which
I would highly
is,
recommend using
for
Perplexity as
example, if we
well
go back to
because it's
Claude,
going to avoid a lot of the hallucination
settings.
and it's going to improve the
I
fact
think
checking of
it's
your
if
content
you
as well,
go
right?
back to
So, for example, if we look at this
feature
particular video
preview,
right
right?
here,
you go.
which is a nice
Yeah.
little
If you go down to
workflow,
your name in the bottom
and I'll
left,
include it in the show notes from
click
today.
on feature preview, and then
Basically, it's
just
got
make
this
sure
cool
you've got
prompt
that
about
enabled
developing a
so that you
Python
can
script
preview this
to
stuff.
read customer
So go back
data
to the keyword
as a
research tool.
CSV, clean and
Got it
analyze it, and
generated on
basically
right over
understand
here.
your customer's data
It
right
is
better.
not giving us
So
a
what you can
preview.
actually do is take a
So we'll say,
screenshot from that
give me
content
the preview.
or any
It's one of
content
those
where you
days
want the
where
prompt,
everything's just breaking.
select the model that you want
It's
to
one
use.
of
So I'm going to
those
select Claude
days.
3.
I remember
inside
this
the
last
settings
year
of
when
Perplexity.
ChatGPT was new and it just
Then it will
stopped
actually
working all the time.
transcribe
Do you know
the
what?
image
Claude
into
done
words,
that
as
to
you can
me
see
the
right
other
here.
day when I
So
was
if you're ever
recording
watching
a
any of
video
my
and I was like,
videos
"Do you know
and
what?
you
I'm
want to
not
get
even
the
gonna
prompt
fucking
directly from the
record
video,
this video
feel
now."
free to just
Got
screenshot this and
really
then plug
pissed
it
off.
into a tool
Maybe
like
if you
Perplexity
say to
and,
it, I want
and
to embed
transcribe
this
that
on my
into
website,
the prompt
maybe that might give
so
you a
that you don't need
better
to type it out or manually search
output.
for it, right? And
Should we
then
keep that bit in?
that should save you a
Can
lot
do.
of time. So
It's
what
not
you can
doing
also
it,
do from
right?
here
Or is
is
it?
you can say
I
develop a
think
Python script,
I remember how
and then
it used to.
from
Oh, there
here,
we go.
Yeah, there
Perplexity
you go.
using Claude 3
And then I think if you
can
get
actually
that
create a Python
error,
script for
you
analyzing
can
your
just
customer
copy and
data.
paste
The
this
better you understand the customers,
prompt
the
right
more money you're
here.
going to make, right? And there's your Python code ready to go.
Think
Now, what you
Go
can
on.
actually do
I
is
think
you can
that
take
if
your
you
content
try
from your original
to
article, plug it
expect
into a
it to
tool like
do
Perplexity,
everything
and
right
you
for
say
the
fact check the
first
content, point out
time,
any
it
places the content is
probably
misleading
won't.
or requires
So I
external
think that you
resources,
always
right?
need to go back
Then it
and
will look through the
forth when
content,
you're trying to
explain where it's sound
generate
advice
these
or not,
tools. It's
explain
very
where you can
often
improve the
where
content and add
they
more
just
references.
don't get it
And then
right.
additionally, later
So I
on,
think
you
that
can actually
going
say,
back
give
and
me some
forth is
external
like
links to this
almost like
article, and it'll
how
give
I
you a
see it is
bunch
it's
of
almost like a
relevant
text
case
message.
studies,
So
statistics,
it'll be
and
interesting to see
useful
what it's
resources
actually
you
come
can
back
insert
with.
inside your content. Now,
Best
additionally, from
espresso
here,
coffee beans for
there are
home
3 different
brewing.
options on the right, right?
You've
So you can
actually
see
got a
you can
coffee
generate
website, right?
images, so you can generate
No, I
paintings,
don't even drink
photographs,
coffee.
illustrations,
Did
or
you not create one?
diagrams.
No.
And then you can also
Oh
search
shit! Yeah, no,
videos,
sorry. Yeah,
and you can
I
share
don't
that
even
with your
remember the
team in the
domain.
top right,
It was
and you
ranking
can add this
too.
to a collection.
Coffee something.
Now, coming back to Claude and Perplexity, they've actually
Completely
released a
forgot
prompt
about that last
library
night.
as well. So
All right.
Claude is owned by
So we got
Anthropic,
the
and as you can see right
so
here,
we've used
there's
this
a bunch of
prompt right
different
here.
prompts right here. So, for
Create a
example,
keyword tool and preview it. Ask
website
my topic
wizards,
cluster, then generate the keywords. For
Google
keyword
app
research, do
scripters,
this, and don't give me
all
this
sorts
error
of
is
stuff.
super
Another
common
way
on
that you can
Claude.
actually use Claude Free
Preempt
is
the
you can
AI
generate
by
top
inserting
of the
this,
funnel,
and it will
middle of
save
the
you a lot
funnel,
of
and
time.
bottom of the funnel
Yeah.
keywords for whatever niche
It's
you're in. Right?
generated the
So, for
preview,
example, let's say you're in the
and
SEO
it's only
link building
generated
niche,
the preview
and
because
you're
we
like, right,
put
give me
and
top of the
preview
funnel,
it,
middle of the funnel, and bottom
and
of
then
the
you can
funnel
insert your
keywords for my
topical
niche.
cluster right
And
there,
basically, what this is
and it
going
will
to
generate some
separate your
keywords.
keywords
Now,
by is the intent, right?
personally,
So obviously,
I'm
top
going
of
to
the
say
funnel
this is
keywords,
BS,
very informational.
And the
People are not
competition
ready
is
to buy
also
yet,
probably
etc. Then
and
you've
the
got middle of the
competition's
funnel, which is getting
BS.
closer. closer.
Yeah.
And then bottom of the
But
funnel will be people looking
let's
for like
take a
white hat
keyword
link building
like, for
services,
example, this one.
link building
We'll plug it
consultations,
into
etc.
Google,
And then you can easily
and
either
we'll
give it a
see
list
this
of keywords you already have and
it's
sort them
relevant.
that
Do you
way.
think would you
Or
go
you
for a
can generate
keyword
a
like
new
that,
list
like
of
super long
keywords
tail?
based on this funnel
I
approach
think
and
what we
just
could
easily
potentially
identify the
do
ones that are going to make you
is
the most
give it
money.
a prompt. Go
Now, one of the benefits to using
do
Perplexity is
keyword
actually if you go on
research
Claude
based
3,
off
and even if you're a
of the
premium
Google
subscriber,
dropdown,
from
or
what I can
potentially
see,
off
you
of
can't
search
add
volume,
custom instructions, right?
and it
So,
might actually end
for
up
example,
giving
if you
a
go
better
to
response.
customize ChatGPT,
Google
you can insert
autocomplete.
instructions about
Yeah.
who you are and how
Or
you would like
potentially you could
ChatGPT
even
to respond,
maybe you
which is
could even
really,
do
really
the
useful.
alphabet soup
Whereas if you
method
go
as
onto
well.
Claude
Is there
3,
anything else?
it doesn't
Would you
seem to have
remove
that
the
option,
search volume?
right? So even if
Yeah,
you go
I
to account
probably would.
settings right
Same
here,
with the
this is all you
competition
get.
as well. I don't think
But
that
if you're
you
inside
should be
Perplexity,
worried
what
about
you can do
something like that.
is if you go to your
That's an
profile right here
interesting
in
one.
your
Do you wanna?
settings, you can
Some
actually
people will
set
be
up some
watching this.
instructions
Why
about
wouldn't you
yourself.
worry about that?
in
Would
terms of
it-
how you want Perplexity to
with
actually respond.
even if you're using like
And if you put some personal information
keyword
about you,
difficulty, it's
it will
based
actually
off
ask you
of
questions to
the
personalize your
keyword that you've
content even more, which is
inputted
pretty interesting.
and how many links.
So what you can do is put
each
some
of those
personalized
web
information
pages
about you,
have. So if there's
and then
10
the responses
results
that
and
you
the
get are going to
average
be
of
more
those
personalized
10
when you
pages
actually
have
generate that content, which is going to
5,000
make it more
links,
unique.
then it's going to be quite
And
a
it will ask you
difficult
some
keyword
questions
to
about who
rank
you
for.
are,
It
your
might be like a
experiences,
keyword
etc.,
difficulty of
just to
80 plus,
personalize your
90
content
plus.
even more.
If
Now, if you
the
actually go to
average of
Claude,
those 10 results
there's
have
definitely
a
some downside.
average
So,
of,
for
let's
example, if you ask
say,
you like, are you connected
10
to the internet?
backlinks or
It's
zero
not
or
actually
4
connected to the
backlinks, it's going
internet,
to be a
and
lot
the
easier to
information is
rank for.
updated to August
But keyword
2023
difficulty is
as of the
massively
response
flawed
from
because
Claude.
it's not actually
Whereas,
taking
for
into
example, if you use
consideration how
ChatGPT,
topical
you can
authority that
enable
website
web
is.
browsing,
For
right? So you
example,
can search
there
the
might be a
internet
website that's
and get
ranking
real-time
only
information.
because of the
And if
links,
you
or
actually
there
go
might be
to
a website
Perplexity
ranking only
and you click
because
on
of the
focus right
actual
here,
content on
you
that
can
website.
click
Let's say
search across the
every
entire
single
internet,
article talks about
and then if you say
lawnmowers.
what happened
And
today,
you might think that's
it
a
will actually
really
give you
easy
links
keyword
to news that
difficulty
actually happened
because
today, right? So, for
Ahrefs is
example,
saying
this
zero
article
keyword
is from
difficulty,
Wednesday,
but
13th
it
of
doesn't take
March.
into consideration that
And therefore,
website
I would
has
honestly say that
6,000
if you're going to
articles
use
on
one of these tools
lawnmowers.
for AI SEO,
So it's
probably
based off
Perplexity
of
is
a
going to be
page
best.
by page level
And you
ranking
also get
factor, and it's completely
access
flawed.
to
Yeah,
a
it
bunch
makes
of
sense
other
to me.
models. So you can see, for
All
example,
right,
you
so
get
we've got the
access to
coffee alphabet
Minstrel,
soup
Claude,
research
GPT,
tool.
Experimental. By the way, if you want me to do a
Very
review
niche
on
right
Minstrel
there.
as well,
Yeah.
Then
let
I'm
me
gonna
know.
put
And then
espresso
you can choose between
and
different image
generate the
generation models.
keywords.
So you got Stable
Could be a
Diffusion,
long
Gallery,
day.
Playground. So I would
This
honestly
could be a
say
1
that
hour video.
whilst
This.
Claude is good,
All
it's
right,
not
so
connected to the internet, and you
personally,
don't get
what
as
I would
much
do is go
access
back
to different models,
to the
right?
previous prompt,
It's also a little
but
bit
I would
slow when
tweak
it's
it a little
responding,
bit.
as you can see,
I don't know what your
and it
thoughts are,
can't
but I
generate
would tweak it a
images,
little bit.
unlike Perplexity,
Yeah,
which
I
can
would
generate
tweak it.
images and also
But
has
what's
access to
your
loads
out
of
of
AI
10?
SEO models.
0.2.
So thanks so much for watching. What I've actually done is put this inside my free
It's
ChatGPT
not
SEO
looking
course in the
great, let's
quality
put it
control
that way.
section. So if you
We'll
check out
move on in a
Perplexity and Claude
second,
3
but I would
Opus
say,
March
yeah,
2024,
I'd agree with
you'll
you. It's
see
probably
the
spent
prompts
20, 30
and
minutes on
SP
this.
from
Using a
today.
previous prompt, like it should
And
be
I've
way
shown you
faster.
exactly how to
So
screenshot my prompt and then just
we'll
generate
put
the
no need
prompts
to
anyway if
include
you're just
competition
halfway
search
through watching the
volume.
video and want to
And
do
also,
that with
I
Claude
think
3.
don't go too long tail.
Now, if you
because
do
some
want
of
to
those
book in a free
keywords are
SEO
just
strategy session about
crazy
how to
long
get more
tail.
leads, traffic, and
The
sales
one thing that I would
using
say
SEO,
when
feel
you're
free to book
creating
the end. We'll give you a free
tools like
SEO
this
domination
with
plan.
Claude
You'll discover the
is that it
secrets of link
actually
building.
doesn't use
You'll
the
get your
AI.
questions
It's just
answered,
using code to
and you'll
generate
discover
it.
how to
So
quickly
it's like a
outrank your
spinner for
competitors. Feel free
keywords.
to book it. Thanks so
This
much for
is
watching.
why
Appreciate it.
I
Bye-bye.
thought that if you go to niche, you're going to get a much better result because you're getting the research value that Claude actually has, but then you're also getting the coding purposes that Claude actually has access to as well. This looks a lot better.
All right. What are you going to rate that out of 10?
Let me see the entire, maybe a 5 out of 10. It's not, but it's not the best, but it's also not the worst either.
So we'll put Gazra's rating 5 out of 10 on that. If you want the prompt, it's right there. And you just plug it into Claude using the methods so far. All right, let's hope we're more successful on the next ones.
Yeah.
From here, what we can do is we can go into Poe and create our own bot as well. As by the way, if you are using this, then what you can do is you can just star that chat, and then you can come back to the tool anytime you need it.
Yeah.
And so it's ready to go. Let's shut it down. I've had enough of that. Let's move on quickly. So we're going to go on to Poe, and I'm going to show you how I typically use this for creating tools, and you can see what you think, Kazra, okay?
Yeah,
So
let's do it.
we'll call this keyword research. And what you can actually do here is you can just select the model. So we can go with something basic like GPT 3.5 Turbo, or another one that a lot of people like is Claude 3 Opus. Now that seems to be limited. Let's have a look. So that's subscriber only, but we can go with Sonnet. In fact, we can go with 3.5 Sonnet. So the model that we just used inside Claude, we can use inside this bot as well. And then we can take a similar prompt to this, but I'm going to tweak it because this is not using code, it's actually using AI. And so we'll say create a keyword tool. We'll change that to you're a keyword tool for SEO. Ask for my topic cluster, then generate the keywords. No need to include competition search volume. Don't go too long tail. Probably give me like 20 suggestions.
Yeah.
Then we'll use the same prompt right here, and we can delete that error that typically comes back right there. We're going to take that prompt right here. We'll plug it into the prompt section inside Poe. The knowledge base, what you could actually do, I think would be quite interesting here, is that you could take the keyword data from Google AdWords and upload that into the knowledge base right here. If you actually did want to generate search volumes, and it'd be a little bit more accurate.
Right. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah.
Plug the bio keyword research. You can also, quite interesting, inside Pro, you can actually make money. So see this monetization section right here? You can switch on a daily message limit. And then if people go beyond that, it automatically charges them to generate more responses.
Oh, that's quite cool.
Yeah, it's quite nice. And then you can set a price per 1,000 messages. So we'll hit create bot, change the handle to keywords legend. And then I'm going to say, give me keywords. And then it said, okay, to get started, could you please provide me with the main topic cluster? So we'll put espresso right here. Now we've got the keywords in one click. So here are the keywords.
Best espresso machines for home use, how to make perfect espresso shots. I think that this is a lot better than Claude came back with. And I think it's actually a lot more, it's not just spinning the actual content. It looks like it's actually done the research. Health benefits of drinking espresso, espresso tasting guide for beginners. What's your thoughts on it? I think that's pretty decent.
Yeah, I would say that's this. Personally, I'm going to go as generous as a 7.5 here.
All right.
What are you saying?
I was going to go with 7, but
Okay.
we can up it to 7.5. We can up it to 7. I feel like I'm Simon Cowell. I'm just really like giving everything just like a 2.5 out of 10.
So I've actually got another idea that I think will get a much higher rating on Claude, but we'll come back to it in a second.
All right.
So this was completely free to generate. Anyone can generate it watching this, and you can even make money using this as well. Plus, you could probably rank it on Google because Poe is a high domain rating website. So if you're trying to rank for something like SEO cost calculator or something like that, something long tail that's low competition, then this will be quite easy. The next and final method that we're going to talk about until we go back to Claude is using Perplexity. Now, I think if we go to library and then we'll go to collections, we can use exactly the same prompt, the one that got a 7.5 out of 10 from Kaz Cow, and we'll put in the A prompt, right? And then we'll plug in the title. So we'll put this keyword research legend. We can add a cheeky little emoji. No need to add a description, but I will make this shareable. If anyone wants access to this just to see what it's like or to copy the style that we've done it with, then I will make this shareable. And then we'll hit create. Pretty simple and easy to do. And now we can say, all right, keywords. This actually, it went full savage mode. It didn't even want to hear my cluster or my topic, but it just created the keywords straight off the bat. But they look relevant and they look useful for a coffee website. What would you say?
How to make iced coffee at home, how to best coffee beans for French press. Yeah, I don't think that's terrible. Top rated coffee grinders under $100. Yeah, I think it's again, the issue that we had with Claude is that it done the research once and it just was spinning the actual keywords. So I think that at least with Perplexity and with Poll, actually it looks like it went to do the research and it came back.
What would you rate that out of 10?
I would probably go with 7.5 as well.
Wow.
Why? Would
No,
you
that's
rate
good.
that as
Yeah.
higher?
No, that's impressive. All right, we're going to go with one final way to generate keywords with Claude. I think you might need the paid version to do this. But if you let's go to Claude and then we'll go to projects. You can create a new project like this. And instead of using code, this will actually generate using AI. So we can say, for example, we can call it that, describe it however you want. And then inside the custom instructions right here, we're going to take the same prompt. But what we're also going to do is we'll go to keyword Google AdWords.
Now we're talking.
Now we're talking.
Now we're talking. This is going to be an 8 out of 10.
Thought we'd try and end it on this. It could be a 2 out of 10. I don't know how much. It might ignore the instructions from the keyword planner, but we'll try it anyway. So we're going to click on discover new keywords. We'll put in just a coffee niche in general. Get results. It's generated like 1,000 pages worth of keywords. We can download them as a CSV. Might take a couple of minutes or so. There we go, it's downloaded. We'll save those instructions. We'll upload the data, as you can see right here, from Google AdWords, which is free to get as well. And then inside the instructions, we just need to make sure that it prioritizes that data over anything else that it's been trained on. So I'm going to say, don't use the data you've been trained on. Only use the project knowledge I've uploaded. Is there anything else you would like try and use to make sure it's locked into that knowledge we've uploaded?
I think that potentially mentioning that at the beginning might actually be a little bit more beneficial, because I would probably say that's probably the most important prompt out of any one of the prompts that we've given it. So yeah, sometimes you just need to make certain you're stacking your prompts in the correct manner as well. But yeah, I think that's pretty spot on now.
And then on the list, we'll also put include competition and search volume.
Yep.
So now we're going to try using Claude, which was previously rated at an absolutely shocking score of 5 out of 10.
Yeah, Claude does not like me today.
It's actually gathering the data from the upload, but let's see.
Pondering, mate.
So put espresso in here, maybe, or coffee machines, maybe. What do you reckon?
Yeah, but let's try it.
I think it'd be better in a table format, but that is actually a keyword that's being searched. What do you think to that so far?
So we've got budget-friendly, programmable coffee makers with timer. Can you search that? Let's take a look at the difficulty on that, because it's actually said it's low competition. And to be honest, I've never even heard of that before. Can you actually search it and see what kind of results that we get? There's some big sites on there, so I don't know where it's getting its competition from.
Do you think that's
Um,
from PPC?
I'm not certain.
Let's see what it comes up with. So it's got the keyword right there, but the competition is not filled in. And the average monthly search is actually 0 to 10.
I
Not
wonder
500.
if it's not filled in, it just automatically assumes it's low competition, because if that's the case, then it's not accurate. But one thing I will say is, if we're just going to review the keywords that it's come back with, I think that the keywords that it's come back with are probably a lot more, it's probably a lot cleaner than the other examples, because you've actually given it the PPC data. Yeah, I think we'll go with a 8 out of 10.
Wow. It's never been seen before.
The ultimate thing about all of this is you can obviously get much better response with Ahrefs. I still don't think any of them come close to Ahrefs or SEMrush and stuff. But we've just done this for free. Am I right in saying that's all free, or is Claude
Yeah.
paid?
No, see, you can use a prompt like that for free, and then you would upload the data from Google Keywords Planner for free as well.
For something that's free, if you guys don't have much budget, I think that download some of these prompts that Julian's basically done, and you will see some good results. One thing I will say to all of them is that if you try to go too broad, if you just say to code me a keyword planning tool or a keyword research tool, I think that you're not going to get really accurate results. So if you give it some more data, let's say you've got a law website, or let's say you have got an accountancy website, if you can give it a little bit more of a helping hand, you could definitely use some of these tools, and you might never actually need Ahrefs and stuff.
Yeah, the other thing I would say is it's much easier to do this alongside someone else. If you can get someone with your team, like for example us, you gave a lot of great ideas into improving it, and then working together with someone else like that, like you could just problem solve a lot faster.
Yeah, definitely.
So thanks so much for watching. What I'm going to do is I will plug this document inside my free SEO course, which you can get link in the comments and description. Just go to SEO systems and then Claude tools, and you've got all the prompts from today. So for example, starting from the 5 out of 10 tool down here to the Po one, to Perplexity, and to Claude. So even though the first attempt with Claude was probably the worst, Claude still wins overall because of this method right here.
Yeah, definitely.
Perfect. So thanks so much for watching. Thanks for being on, Kazra.
Thanks.
And if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session, feel free to book that in. Links in the comments and description. We'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visits this month. And basically one-to-one on a call. We'll answer any questions you have. You'll discover the secrets of link building, and we'll give you a free SEO domination plan. Plus, Kazra, I know you're going to be creating a video as well on free tools, right? So if people want to see that, just flick over to your channel probably in a few days or so.
Yeah, I think I'm probably going to upload mine today. So by the time this video goes out, it will be live.
Awesome. All right. Cheers for being on.
Thanks for having me.
Today, we're going to show you how to rank #1 with Claude and Perplexity AI SEO using some free SEO tools. And basically, you learn how to rank #1 using Claude and Perplexity. We'll show you step by step how to use it. We'll create a piece of content live. We have Kaz Dash in the building.
Hello.
And we'll give you the SOPs, prompts, and templates for free today at the end of this video. So let's get straight into it. Have you used Perplexity much for SEO?
I've dabbled with it. I think that the actual responses that it gives back to you are pretty decent. Like if you ask it a certain question, it's quite good.
Yeah, one of the other things that I've realized recently as well is that they actually give you free 5 pro searches per day. So normally like pro is paid, but you can actually do it for free now 5 times a day, which is pretty good as well. Yeah, if people are on a bit of a budget, you can use it that way. We'll focus on writing mode over here because I think that's probably the best way to create content. Otherwise, it's a bit too professional when it comes back to you. And then where would you typically start off? Do you have any favorite prompts for creating content?
Obviously, with AI, it just gives you blocks of paragraphs. I always say make certain that you break it down so it's easy to read. That's one of my go-to prompts. Another one where I have been testing out and it actually does pretty well is picking like somebody that speaks very well on podcasts and on YouTube and stuff and telling the AI to write in his or hers tonality. So for example, writing the tonality of Alex Hormozy. That's probably like one of my go-to ones because he explains quite in-depth subjects in a very easy to understand manner.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Actually, since you gave me that tip, I've been rinsing it. For emails, it's absolutely amazing as
Yeah.
well.
A few other ones as well, like going back to like hardcore SEO. Obviously, you can tell it like to include semantically relevant keywords or semantically secondary relevant keywords. So if you wanted to rank for best running shoes, it might actually spit out saying best or most comfortable running shoes. It might be like an LSI of best running shoes as well. So it might actually include that as a secondary keyword in the actual article as well.
Yeah, I think one of the other good things about this is it can actually research the internet for you. So even before you create the content, you can get the research up front from Perplexity, which we'll show you in a second. And then from there, you can use that as like source context when you're creating the content. And you can ask Perplexity to prioritize that.
That's also another really good one that you've just said. Put in as a separate line what the source context is, because not everybody might be using this to write affiliate content. Some people might be writing local business SEO content. So I don't know, for example, they might have a law firm and the source context of that page would be to get in touch or fill in the contact form or potentially phone the actual law firm as well. So making certain what the scope of the actual article is, what do you want somebody to do by the end of them reading that article? Do you want them to phone you? Do you want them to click an affiliate link? That's another thing that I like to specify as well.
The other thing as well, have you seen Perplexity's traffic? I know they get a lot of branded search, but also they're ranking with like just their blog posts using Perplexity. Like it's a very good case study website of how AI can actually rank.
Yeah, and there'll still be people that say AI content's dead.
It's madness. It's absolutely madness. All right. So what we're going to do from here is, I think first of all, let's actually get the knowledge through our content. So for example, let's say we're just creating an article like best SEO speakers.
Yeah.
So what we can do is we can go onto Perplexity and then let's say we're creating an article about the best SEO speakers. We can use a prompt like this. We're creating an article about the best SEO speakers, and you can just replace this prompt with whatever keyword you're targeting. Give us a list of the best keyword, including, and then you just put whoever you want to mention inside the article. And from there, you can hit enter.
Do you think that it's a little bit important to give it a little bit of what you want? So obviously you've included like Julian Goldie, Charles Flo, whoever else. Do you think that's important, or do you think you could go in blind without feeding it a little bit of information?
I think it's important because it's like you're guiding the AI in a way where, especially if you're writing this for your own brand,
Yeah.
it's recommending you. Because what it might end up doing is it recommends like SEO speakers from 10 years ago who did it and aren't really speaking now. And so, for example, someone might pop up first on the list, but it's, do you want to include that on your list of the best SEO speakers if you don't necessarily recommend that person? What do you think?
No, that makes sense. I think that obviously because there's so many SEO speakers that don't speak anymore. I think for this instance, it probably is better to actually give it a little bit more of a little bit of a helping hand, to say the least.
Yeah, 100%. Now that we've actually got the data, and it's also got the sources as well. So for example, it links and references this article. For James, it recommends this article, etc. So it's got sources for the content as well. And it's basically reverse engineered what's already ranking. From there, we can start creating the content. And I'm going to use something that we actually used previously for Claude, which is this prompt right here. So we can say keyword equals best SEO speakers. And then we can just adapt this prompt for Perplexity. So we can say keyword equals best SEO speakers. For content creation, do this. And we can edit it. Is there anything that you would change inside this prompt?
I think that's pretty clean. The only thing is adding like a source context. What would you want them, or have we done that?
Yeah, that makes sense. So let's take that prompt and then we'll put in the source context. Write it for Julian Goldie's blog, Julian Goldie, and it's for a list of best SEO speakers in 2024. What we can do is we can take this research right here, then we can go back to home. We'll put the pro mode on. We'll click on focus, select writing. We'll take the knowledge below and I'll add that to the prompt. And what we'll also say is prioritize the knowledge instead of the data you've been trained on. Because sometimes the data that the AI model has been trained on is out of date. Does that make sense?
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. So we've got the data and we've got the source context as well right here. We've got the prompt at the top. We've selected writing. Is there anything else we should
I
change?
think I'm fairly certain that's it.
So what you should be able to do is get the content right here. Now, I'd still say that it needs a lot of formatting and a little bit of editing. What do you think to the actual content? I would take it again. And I'm
I
gonna
don't think
say,
it's great, that.
how would you improve it?
I think first of all, it's done the typical AI where it is just blocks of content and it's not really expanded on anything. So one thing that's pretty important for me is like whenever I'm reading an article, don't like big blocks of paragraphs because I just find it hard to read personally. I don't know if that's just a me thing or if it's universal. So if it could break it up, then perfect. And would it have expanded on the content, or would it? I thought it would have just expanded a little bit more on the content. It looks like it's only just done it for my name.
It's prioritize you. I think even for you, it's only included that.
So there's no conclusion subheading.
Yeah, add a conclusion. And also, I think add some FAQs in there.
Yeah.
We actually did ask it to, but we'll try again. We'll remove internal linking opportunities. Okay.
I don't know why it's
Also-
also said, "Hey there, Julian." Maybe what you need to do is mention that this is for an SEO article at the top.
Maybe write it as Julian Goldie for Julian Goldie's blog.
Yeah.
And we'll put write an SEO article. Let's go again.
Let's do it.
Give it another whirl. The formatting is a lot better.
Yeah, the formatting's a lot nicer. It has said, "Hey there, Julian." That's the worrying part, but I'm hoping that's the only time it mentions your name.
He's written Julian Goldie there and it said, "You're kicking things off as the first speaker on the list, Julian."
I think Perplexity has completely... Yeah, I think
Is
it's
it drunk?
perplexed.
Do you think it's drunk and perplexed?
Yeah, a little bit. I think it is good that people see this because there's paid tools that actually do this work for you. For example, you've got the likes of Autoblogging, and you don't need to go back and forth this much with actually writing some articles. So again, if you guys have no budget to do SEO, try this. If you've got at least something, go and sign up to Autoblogging because it means you're not going to be wasting 40 minutes of your time going back and forth with AI trying to get a perfectly SEO optimized article.
Yeah. Oh, so I think I've fixed it. So you can see here, for example, under the Julian Goldie section, it said, "That's me kicking things off as the first speaker on the list." And so if someone is watching this and wants to fix it, you can just put "write as me, don't write to me" in first person. That seems to have fixed it. So it's not said, "Hey there, Julian." I think you're right, though. It is good for people to see this, to understand. This is the stuff you don't see. It usually gets edited out and you never talk about it again.
If I saw that article, I would just burst out laughing. That is me kicking things off as the first speaker on the list. It's like the award that you've just given yourself. Okay, let's just take a look at the overall. Let's go and see what it said about me. I'm intrigued.
About you.
Yeah.
All right, let's have a look.
I don't like how I'm last, but we'll go with that.
I'm blaming Perplexity for that.
Dash is an SEO specialist and speaker who has a proven track record of helping businesses achieve their online marketing goals. He's known for innovative approaches to link building, content strategy, and leveraging emerging SEO trends. Dash is a frequent speaker at industry conferences and webinars. There are just a few of the top SEO speakers to keep an eye on in 2024. Whether you're looking for an SEO speaker or sales, that's. If I'm being honest, Julian, I'm a bit disappointed with the content.
You're a bit underwhelmed.
Yeah.
Let's give Claude a go, and we'll compare him.
Yeah, let's do that. The reason why I'm a bit disappointed with that is obviously you showed me the rankings of Perplexity, and I was thinking we've got serious content writing tool on our hands here. It's not the case at all. If I'm being honest with you, I don't think that would rank.
I think it would require a lot of editing.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
And personally, I would say when I compare this and the output of Perplexity, honestly, it's okay. It's better than ChatGPT was when I was generating content 12 months ago. It's a step up from that, but it's not like a 10 out of 10. What would you rate that out of 10?
5.
Wow.
Sorry, my expectations for content is pretty high.
Pretty high there.
And I think it's, that's not great, that.
Let's bring in the big gun sense. Now we're going to bring in the old Claude, which I've genuinely been impressed with. What we're going to do here is we're going to take the exact same prompt and we can compare the output of Perplexity, which is a 5 out of 10, with some quite in-depth prompting. Like the prompting was pretty detailed right there. So we'll plug that into Claude, the exact same thing, and we'll hit enter. Let's see what it comes up with.
If I'm being honest, I think that the output for Claude has been a lot better. So it'll be interesting to see what it comes back with.
One thing I would say about Claude straight off the bat, before I even read the content, is that it usually feels a lot more sentient in terms of the content that's generated. I'll show you what we mean in a second, but yeah. We'll pull up Claude and we'll pull up Perplexity.
Android.
Who's on Android?
As you said, get the Android app for Perplexity.
Oh, no, let's see. I'm out already.
Sorry if any of you guys are watching on an Android.
Everyone on Android just unsubscribed instantly. Thanks, Kazra.
Sorry.
All right. So let's compare the titles. So Claude, for example, we can see the full article here. It says, the best SEO speakers of 2024, who's rocking the stage? If we look at the Perplexity article, it says just the best SEO speakers of 2024. I would say that's probably quite an interesting title to hook people in.
Yeah, it's not just, thing is, it's not just SEO optimized. It could be like, it's enticing just normal people as well, who's rocking the stage. And you would actually want to know who is actually going on stages frequently and stuff like that. So I think that that's a much better page title than just best SEO speakers of 2024.
And it just feels a lot more human, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll look at the first sentence, for example. And Perplexity says, hey there, fellow SEO enthusiasts, versus Claude, which says, hey, it's Julian Gaudier. Let's chat about the best SEO speakers of 2024. Now, straight away, it's followed my instructions, which is include the keyword in the first sentence of the article, which is always good practice.
Yeah.
Whereas Perplexity has ignored it.
Yeah.
Overall, the content feels a lot nicer with the exact same prompt on Claude.
Yeah, I think that first of all, the formatting is a lot nicer. I think that it's handled. So one thing that you get an issue with, and this is from our experience with auto blogging and just writing or using AI, is when you start giving it like loads of different prompts, like I want you to include the keyword in the first paragraph, and I want you to do a little bit of research, and then I want the source context, and I want you to do internal linking opportunities, and I want you to do this, that. Once you give it like 10 prompts, 10 individual prompts, or it might be 15 or 20 that you gave it, it starts to just what we like to call is like hallucinate. So it just ignores, if you've given it 10, it might ignore 4 and it might only do 6 of them. And then if you like move one thing higher up, it might then do 7 out of the 10. So it is all about prioritization of your prompts as well. In some cases, like I know we just basically said that Perplexity is just really bad, but I bet if we sat here for another hour or something and moved the prompts around, we probably would get a better output from Perplexity. But on like just face value, Claude is definitely just wiped the floor with Perplexity.
Crazy how powerful it is considering this is free as well.
Yeah.
And it's not even like when we use Perplexity, we use the pro version, right? So we do the pro search using the right option, whereas Claude is just default settings.
Mm-hmm.
Also, when you look at the content, like it's just way more interesting. And it's actually added like interesting FAQs and that sort of thing. So what would you rate the content here? The content on Perplexity. Both of them would put you last.
Yeah. It's a 0 out of 10 for me. No,
I think that's just the order of the prompt. That's why I'm right.
I think if we're talking about just AI writing tools, or sorry, AI tools, should I say, I think that Claude's done a much better job. I think that it's probably an 8 out of 10. I think it's pretty decent. Obviously, if I'm being honest, I think that both articles are pretty short for what we need. So there definitely could be potentially more speakers, but again, that could come down to our prompt, or it could have also done a little bit more research. For example, I'm looking at myself and it's not mentioned like any of my brands. It's not mentioned. I don't think it even mentioned any of your brands either.
Yeah, okay. I think if you want to fact check everything, and we've tested a few different routes, haven't we, Casper?
Yeah,
we cut out.
Just for everybody, we've probably off camera, we've probably spent about 20 minutes going back and forth with Perplexity. At one point, it said that I am the owner of Holistic SEO. For example, that's Corey's brand. So I think that one thing that Perplexity probably does is it looks at mentions. So I've done a podcast with Corey, for example. So it's probably got confused there, but I think we have cracked the code now.
Yeah, I think anything that you get from Perplexity in terms of knowledge, fact check yourself. Like, just have a quick read through. But this is a problem that's worked for us, right? And basically, the sentence we added on is create a bio based on their LinkedIn profiles.
Yeah.
Then if we have a look, for example, it's got James Dooley right there with his LinkedIn profile. This information here is correct about me. I know, let's have a look, for example, CEO of Promo SEO and FatRank.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Then we've got Kazra, renowned SEO speaker with a premium brand.
I would probably agree. One thing I don't like about this, and it's something really minor, we don't need to change it. It calls me Dash, not by my full name. It's like me calling you Goldie. Yeah, that's the only one issue that I've got with it. But apart from that, I think we've come a long way from the first prompt that we done.
I've had clients call me Goldie before.
Oh.
Some people, I don't know why, but they like to use that name as referring to me, like Mr. Goldie or just Goldie. I don't know why, but swings and roundabouts, isn't it? So we'll plug this prompt in right here, the knowledge that we got. Then we're going to go back to Claude. We'll plug that in and we'll start creating the content. Like, bear in mind, if you're on the free version of Claude, you can't just go back and forth with it too many times per day. I think you get a limit and a cap on the number of messages, but you don't get access to the downgraded version. It's still the same version that everyone has access to.
I think it is 50 back and forths per day. I could be wrong in saying that because I was going back and forth and I was like, oh, I need to upgrade now. And then I ended up upgrading.
I still don't know if that's right. Would you say that's right? The algorithm whisperer?
Yeah, I think that the algorithm whisperer, I think it's a lot better now. Obviously, it's speaking about the SEO podcast that I've done, specialized in algorithm update recovery. So I've done a lot of videos on how to recover from algorithm drops and stuff like that. So I can see where it's come from. I think it's done a lot better job. If you scroll up to Charles's as well, I saw that it mentioned that he is called the god of SEO. So that's like a name that he called himself back in 2016 or something like that. So yeah, And the thing is, it says, yeah, it's controversial. And at the time, it was very controversial. So, yeah, I can see why it's done it.
And then for James?
CEO, promo SEO, build it. Yep. Yeah, I think
Okay.
pretty spot on.
So just to recap on that workflow quickly, which you'll get access to right now. So first of all, you would start off by getting the knowledge from Perplexity. You can use a prompt like this and just customize it to your business or to the keyword that you're trying to rank for. And then you can use a prompt like this, which you would plug into Claude, fill in your keyword, fill out the source context, and then fill out the knowledge below. And I think the good thing about this is it's all personalized to your business. The content is more fact checked.
Yeah.
The key inside this is making sure that you have this sentence that says, don't use any data you haven't been trained on.
Yeah, I think it's pretty important because I'm going to assume you're going to cut that bit out where we didn't use that prompt and it was just lying. It said that I'd spoke at SMX Boston or something like that and SEO Rockstars and all sorts of conferences that I've heard of, but I've actually never, first of all, I've never attended. Second of all, I've never actually spoken at. So I think that's probably a good kind of catch all where it just catches out any lies or hallucinations. And to my knowledge, that article is actually on point. I don't think that there's any lies or anything. But when it's talking about Lily Ray and stuff, I think I'm fairly certain that is right because yeah, it's got all of my information correct.
Yeah. And I think as well, it's good to show like the quality control on that too. You're not just smashing and dashing a piece of content. There's actually like a bit of thought behind it.
Yeah, definitely.
So thanks so much for watching. As promised, we have shown you how to rank #1 with Claude and Perplexity AI SEO, which are both free tools you can get access to. We've created a piece of content live, and we're going to give you the SEO prompts and templates from this tutorial. What I'm going to do is actually plug that into my free SEO course. So we'll take this content right here, plug it into the free course. You can see the details inside the video description right there. And you can get free access to that inside the quality control section and then just go to Perplexity and Claude train it. So thanks so much for watching. If you have any questions, feel free to comment below. And if you want a free one-to-one SEO strategy session where we can customize and personalize everything that was talked about today to your business to get more leads, traffic, and sales and make more money for your website, feel free to book that in. Thanks for being on, Kazra.
Thanks for having me.
Cheers, bye-bye. Today, I want to show you my brand new workflow for ranking #1 using Perplexity AI. And this is a completely free workflow. I'm going to break it all down for you. I'm going to give you all your prompts. And I'm going to give away all the SOPs step-by-step so that you or your team can replicate it if you want to. Additionally, you might be saying, does Perplexity actually rank? If you look at Perplexity itself, you can see that their traffic over the last year has gone from 500,000 a month to 2.6 million a month. They are absolutely flying when it comes to SEO. Very powerful AI tool that's completely free for you to access. You might say, does AI content rank? Here's an example of a keyword. Here's an example of my content ranking #1. Here's another example of me ranking with AI content. And again, you can see we're ranking 2 times over here. So enough of me bragging. What we're going to do now is we have to focus on keyword research. So how are we going to do this? I want to show you, you could use Ahrefs, but I want to show you a free way to do this using Perplexity. And this is a cool like one-click prompt that works for pretty much any business. So let me show you exactly how it works step by step. So what we can do, and I am on the pro version, but you can use a completely free version. And what we can do from here is we can take this prompt right here. So we're going to say, give me 20 keyword ideas, niche equals, and you just type in your niche. Then for the keyword, do this, and you just put all outputs for your niche related business, low competition stuff. Don't go too niche, focus on locations, keep it short. And here's an example, right? So we're going to plug that into Perplexity like so. You can customize it to your business. And this is a free way to get a bunch of keyword ideas. They're going to be fairly easy to rank for. For example, let's take some of these keywords. If we take, for example, SEO training in Singapore, and we plug that into the Keyword Explorer and Ahrefs, which you don't need, but I'm just using it to validate that there's actually search traffic and there's actually low competition. And what you can see right here is that the keyword difficulty is pretty easy. Traffic potential I wouldn't worry about because it's a local keyword. We're searching in the United States, but that gives you an idea of how easy it is to find keywords without using a paid tool. And all you need to do is copy and paste this prompt and then customize it in 2 clicks to your business. So you just customize it right here. and then you also customize it right here. Now, you might say, why does this work? Thing is, with keyword research, most websites that are writing human written content are not going to create one specific page for this keyword, right? It's too much time, it's too much resources, and it doesn't validate the ROI. Whereas, for example, with AI, it's very easy for you to create content relevant to locations that have much less competition, and you can easily rank for them. And that's basically how you can find free keywords, get 20 different ideas. You can see proof that it's actually easy to rank. Let's test another one. Let's take, for example, SEO classes for San Francisco. And if we look this up as well, what you can see is that it's a really easy keyword to go for, decent traffic potential. Obviously, you're going to rank for multiple variations of this particular keyword. And because it's localized to, and you can see that a lot of the pages ranking on the first page of Google actually don't have any backlinks pointing to them. So we can easily rank for those keywords as well. Now, if you actually build backlinks along the way, it would be even more overpowered. But that's essentially how you can automate this. Now, I'll come on to an easy way you can actually create a tool around this. It's going to save you a lot of time, but we're going to keep blasting through the workflow for now. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to generate the outline, right? And we're going to do this based on our competitor's article. This prompt right here is going to generate a content outline so we can plan exactly what to write so that we have the most relevant topics for the keywords we want to target inside our content so that it's got the best possible chance of ranking. Now, this is very rough. I'm sure with a bit more optimization, I could actually make the prompt a lot better, but I wanted to get this workflow out for you for free so that you can start getting results fast. As on this channel, we're all about the quick wins. So what I'm going to say is with my competitor's article, generate an SEO content outline from my article, give me a list of all the relevant headings from my competitor's headings, order the content in a clean, easy to use copy-paste list of headings, make the headings relevant to my SEO keyword, include the SEO keyword in each heading, and then we're going to type in our SEO keyword over here, and we're now off to the races. Now, normally you would pay an outline tool quite a lot of money to actually generate content outlines for you, but with this prompt right here, you can pretty much automate it very quickly. As an example of this, we could grab the content from my existing article right here, then we can plug that into Perplexity, so it's actually going to attach it. You can see that it's attached down here. Let me zoom in a little bit for you there. And then we're going to put the keyword in. So let's put, for example, SEO training Vancouver. And now what you can see is based on our competitor's article, is create a content outline, which is basically no BS. There's no fluff in there. And from here, we know exactly what to write about in our content based on what our competitor's ranking for already, right? Basically, we've reverse engineered our competitor's content for free, broken it down into relevant headings, and then we can go off and create the content. So now you're going to say, okay, I know how to get 20 relevant keywords customized to my business in one click. I know how to generate a content outline for my content so that I know exactly what to write about. That was pretty easy. How do you create the content, Julian Goldie? Well, that's the next step. And what we're going to do from here is use this content generation prompt, and we're going to generate this click by click. Now, I wouldn't recommend generating it all in one single click. I wouldn't recommend generating all the content in one click. And the reason for that is that sometimes AI can go off on a tangent. It can hallucinate. You want to check the quality of the content as you go along. And this way we can keep everything super relevant to the content we want to create. Plus, because Perplexity is so fast in creating content, and you can see this is on the free version, so I can click on Pro right here and switch to the paid version if I want. But if I just want to use the free version, this is not selected right here. So you can do this for free. Anyone could do this, right? And what we can do is plug in a heading here, source context, which I'll comment in a minute. Then we're going to make sure it's optimized for the keyword. The reason that I put that there is because often if you don't have a sentence like that inside your prompt, the problem is AI is just going to generate content that is totally irrelevant. So it might read really well based on the prompt we've given it, but actually the content isn't optimized for the algorithm. And obviously we have to optimize for the user and the algorithm at the same time. Then from here, we're going to say easy to read plus feels conversational, UK grammar. Shout out to my Morecambe Massive. Then from there, we're going to add headers, subheaders, and in every header, we'll use the keyword. You don't have to do that, but I think it does keep everything relevant. We're going to have the keyword in the first line and the last line. We're going to keep it real, keep it fresh, keep it engaging, first person. And then from here, these are just some things that you can do to make your content more readable and interesting, right? Because the more interesting it is, the more likely people are to land on the page. Now, you could just blast out AI content if you want. You could go onto Perplexity and ask it to generate content for that without all of this extra instructions right here. But the problem with that is it's going to be pretty much AI spam, and it's not going to have any character to it. It's not going to be very interesting, right? So that's why we want to chop up everything into bullet points, lists, and bold highlights. We want to sprinkle in a few stories and a bit of voom, including sharing some interesting insights. My particular favorite is writing in the tonality of Alex Hormozy, simply because I think he explains things very well. And then this just stops the walls of text, right? So usually if you have AI, it's going to be like big blocks of text that people are never going to read, and this avoids that problem, right? So what we can do from here is we can take this prompt, plug it into Perplexity like so. We're going to put the first heading into the content, for example, like this. Then for the source context, this is where you really personalize it to your business. Now, the more source context you give to AI, the more likely your content is to be more personalized and relevant to your website, right? So for example, I could put in the source context, the SEO Elite Circle, training by Julian Goldie is the best SEO training for any business if you want to get more leads, traffic, and sales from SEO. Then we could also say from here, it's an online course, very easy, simple, no fluff, plus comes with a community of elite SEOs. Something like that, right? You can tailor that as much as you want to your business. You could even take like your sales page and plug it in there if you want. But I just like to add a few lines, just making it sure it's promoting me throughout the content, because if I seed that in now throughout the content, it's more likely to convert because it's always going to mention me. It's always going to sell me throughout the content, right? Then what we can do is hit enter. It's got the heading right here. And what you can see is literally from this first sentence, from the get-go, it's already selling the fact that business owners need SEO training. Now, if you look at this particular content, it's prompted really nicely to just feel conversational and easy to read, right? So let's cut to the chase. If you're running a business in Vancouver, you need SEO training. Why? And it answers the question straight away. Because without it, you're leaving money on the table. That's probably the thing that people care about the most, right? If they're running a business. And then you can see it breaks up the text. It's like, think about it. When was the last time you went past the first page for Google? Now, this feels like really conversational and easy to read. The text is nicely broken up. Then we've got a few bullet points. And it's good to go, right? Now, some of these headers are going to be a little bit like AI fluff, right? So top benefits of SEO training for local businesses. I would probably just take that particular section right there as a header. Then we'll plug in the rest of our prompt and generate part 2 of the article, right? And you can either put this into a Google Doc that's ready to edit before you publish it, or you can start adding it to your website, but obviously don't publish it straight away because you generate in section by section. And ideally, you would go through your list of headings that we've got inside the content outline to generate your content step by step. Now, I'm going to keep the source context a little bit shorter to see what happens next. Then we'll use the same prompt as before, but we've got a different heading. One thing I would note here is that you're going to write the introduction and the conclusion separately. And what you can see as we go through the content is it's using the same sort of thing. It's selling the benefits of SEO training. And then at this point, people are going to be, what's the best SEO training? And that's where it starts selling me. It's got the benefits. It's got a header explaining why the SEO Elite Circle is the best SEO training. And step by step, it just sells it really nicely, right? And so using this workflow, you can easily pick the right keywords, generate the content outline, create the content. It's completely free, very quick to do, and you can generate something that's actually not like AI spam. Now, once you've generated all the content for each heading inside your content, you're going to want to edit it down, right? How do you edit it down? I've got this SEO checklist that you can use step by step for generating the content and just making sure you add the finishing touches, right? So for example, demonstrating expertise, experience, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness. Adding some nice pictures, writing the introduction, adding your internal, external links and fact checking, etc. And so this process right here adds finishing touches to an article to avoid some of the weird stuff that AI sometimes comes out with. So that's pretty much it. Then you just run it through an indexer or Google Search Console, get it indexed, check its ranking, and you're good to go. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get free access to the workflow or the prompts we've talked about today, and 75 other free SEO tutorials to rank with SEO, then check out my free course. Links inside the comments and description. This comes with tutorials on keyword research, SEO link building, quality control, topical maps, EAT, SEO systems, etc. And what I want to do in the free SEO tool section is I will call this Perplexity workflow over here. And if you want to get free access to that, you can inside the video notes right here. One final thing that I'd recommend, if you want, you can actually create tools on Perplexity. If you go to your library and then collection, we can put, for example, keyword planner in here and then insert the prompt that we originally got from our workflow, right? And if we insert that right there inside the AI prompt section, we can even make this shareable. And now we can come back to this tool anytime we need it to do the keyword research for us based on what's working for me. Right? And then I don't need to type in the prompt every single time. I can just go to this link, which I've included inside the SOP. I can put niche equals SEO training. And it's given me a bunch of keyword ideas like so. And again, if I check some of these keywords, for example, like SEO training in Hong Kong, we plug that into Ahrefs just to validate that the keyword research is actually accurate. You can see it's quite an easy keyword to go for. I wouldn't worry about traffic potential because it's a local keyword. But you can see, for example, most of the ranking pages right here don't have any backlinks pointing to them, right? Most of them have 0. So it's easy to create content and it's easy to rank for that keyword. And that should be good to go now. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get a free SEO strategy session to get more leads, traffic, and sales and personalize basically everything that we've talked about today, then you can book that free one-to-one SEO strategy session and we'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visitors per month and generate thousands of dollars in sales. And inside this SEO domination plan, you're going to get the secrets of link building. We'll answer any questions you have. You'll discover the best link building strategies for your website and you'll learn how to outrank your competitors. And basically, we'll personalize everything that we've talked about today for your website to make more money. So thanks so much for watching. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Today, I'm going to show you exactly how to rank #1 with Perplexity 3.0 and Claude's model, Claude 3 Opus. This is honestly one of the best AI SEO tools that I've seen out there. It's very powerful. So we're going to test out, run some workflows to see what happens. It's inside Perplexity, which is a fact-based tool. You can get free access to this, but you can also upgrade. So I'm going to upgrade for everyone watching so that you can see what it's like. And you can see we now have access to Claude inside here. Now, if you want free access to Claude and Perplexity, you don't have to upgrade. This is just something I want to show you so that you can see how powerful it is. And what we'll do is we'll actually pull up ChatGPT 4 and then we can compare side by side how they look. And when you start typing, you'll see that you can select Claude 3 Opus or you can choose Sonnet or Haiku. Right now, Opus is the most intelligent model. You've got Sonnet, which is like in between speed and intelligence. And then you've got Haiku, which is the fastest model. So let's test it out and see how it goes, right? So one of the interesting things, you can actually take images like you can see right here, upload them into Claude and then generate descriptions for that product, right? So let's say you have an e-commerce store or some info products, you could actually put in the image into Claude and then get it to describe the content that's inside the image. Now, what we can also try is this from right here, which is read through the article. Does it sound like a real SEO expert talking enthusiastically about the topic, or does it sound dull, corporate, and mechanical? Please edit any awkward phrasing to make it sound more lively and engaging. Basically, you take the content from your existing article, and this is a good way to edit your content and then get rid of the awkward, boring stuff that's not going to keep people reading. So, for example, you can see paragraph 1. We'll discuss the importance of lead generation for SEO agencies and provide you with proven strategies to attract clients. And you can see the edited version is a lot more interesting and engaging and will probably hook people in a lot better. Now it tells you exactly which paragraph to edit content. And you can see the before and after is just much more interesting in terms of the content, right? So the original, bit boring, bit awkward. Afterwards, the content is a lot more engaging. It uses more interesting words and the copywriting is just overall better versus the original. And then you know exactly what to change in the article, where to change it, and how to reword it. Now, another little workflow that you can actually use is for keyword research. What you can actually do is use a free tool like Google Ads Keyword Planner, and then go to Discover New Keywords, click on Start a Website over here, and then plug in a relevant website that you want to check keywords for. You can choose whether you use the entire site or only that page. I would recommend the entire site. Once we hit Get Results like so, what you'll see here is a bunch of keywords that you can use in your workflow. So if we take those keywords, and you can select all 2000 if you want,
And then what we're going to do is click download keyword ideas in the right over here, click Google Sheets, and we'll export that to a Google Sheet. Once that's ready, we'll click open sheet. And now we have a bunch of keywords from our competitor. And you can do this for any website that is your competitor. So if we take those keywords right here, we'll plug it into Claude like, so you can see I've pasted in the keywords. And then just something as basic as like cluster these keywords into pages that I want for my website. And then what it's going to do from here is basically cluster your keywords into categories and relevant pages, right? So you've got the main category at the top, and then you've got the pages underneath. So for example, affiliate marketing basics, and then what is affiliate marketing, how affiliate marketing works, benefits of affiliate marketing, etc. Then it's created a beginners category right here and best affiliate program section, etc. And the good thing about Claude 3 Opus is that it can just handle a massive context window. Now you could do that with the free version or the paid version. I think it's going to work either way. Now, what we can also do is take our existing article and basically say, review the article for any claims or statements at surface level only. Expand on these by providing more detailed examples and explanation for why/how it achieves the claimed benefit. Aim to help the reader truly understand the value, right? And so if we hit enter, it will tell you exactly how to improve your content. For example, it tells you exactly where the article needs to be improved right here and the reasons why, plus how you can improve it. And then you can do that for each part of the content. Now, you don't have to just use Claude. In fact, I would highly recommend using Perplexity as well, because it's going to avoid a lot of the hallucination and it's going to improve the fact checking of your content as well. So for example, if we look at this particular video right here, which is a nice little workflow, and I'll include it in the show notes from today. Basically, it's got this cool prompt about developing a Python script to read customer data as a CSV, clean and analyze it, and basically understand your customer's data, right, better. So what you can actually do is take a screenshot from that content or any content where you want the prompt, select the model that you want to use. So we're going to select Claude 3 inside the settings of Perplexity. Then it will actually transcribe the image into words, as you can see right here. So if you're ever watching any of my videos and you want to get the prompt directly from the video, feel free to just screenshot it and then plug it into a tool like Perplexity and transcribe that into the prompt so that you don't need to type it out or manually search for it, right? And then that should save you a lot of time. So what you can also do from here is you can say, develop a Python script. And then from here, Perplexity using Claude 3 can actually create a Python script for analyzing your customer data. The better you understand the customers, the more money you're going to make. And there's your Python code ready to go. Now, what you can actually do is you can take your content from your original article, plug it into a tool like Perplexity, and you can say, fact check the content, point out any places the content is misleading or requires external resources, right? Then it will look through the content, explain where it's sound advice or not, explain where you can improve the content and add more references. And then additionally, later on, you can actually say, give me some external links to this article, and it'll give you a bunch of relevant case studies, statistics, and useful resources that you can insert inside your content. Now, additionally from here, there are 3 different options on the right? So you can see, you can generate images, so you can generate paintings, photographs, illustrations, or diagrams. And then you can also search videos, right? And you can share that with your team in the top right, and you can add this to a collection. Now, coming back to Claude and Perplexity, they've actually released a prompt library as well. So Claude is owned by Anthropic, and as you can see right here, there's a bunch of different prompts right here. So for example, website wizards, Google app scripters, all sorts of stuff. Another way that you can actually use Claude 3 is you can generate top of the funnel, middle of the funnel, and bottom of the funnel keywords for whatever niche you're in, right? So for example, let's say you're in the SEO link building niche and you're like, give me top of the funnel, middle of the funnel, and bottom of the funnel keywords for my niche. And basically what this is going to separate your keywords by is the intent, right? So obviously top of the funnel keywords, very informational, people are not ready to buy yet, etc. Then you've got middle of the funnel, which is getting closer. And then bottom of the funnel will be people looking for like white hat link building services, link building consultations, etc. And then you can easily either give it a list of keywords you already have and sort them that way, or you can generate a new list of keywords based on this funnel approach and just easily identify the ones that are going to make you the most money. Now, one of the benefits of using Perplexity is actually if you go on Claude 3, even if you're a premium subscriber, from what I can see, you can't add custom instructions, right? So for example, if you go to customize ChatGPT, you can insert instructions about who you are and how you would ChatGPT to respond, which is really useful. Whereas if you go onto Claude 3, it doesn't seem to have that option, right? So even if you go to account settings right here, this is all you get. But if you're inside Perplexity, what you can do is if you go to your profile right here in your settings, you can actually set up some instructions about yourself in terms of how you want Perplexity to actually respond. And if you put some personal information about you, it will actually ask you questions to personalize your content even more, which is pretty interesting. So what you can do is put some personalized information about you, and then the responses that you get are going to be more personalized when you actually generate that content, which is going to make it more unique. And it will ask you some questions about who you are, your experiences, etc., just to personalize your content even more. Now, if you actually go into Claude, there's definitely some downside though. So for example, if you ask it like, are you connected to the internet? It's not actually connected to the internet, and the information is updated to August 2023 as of the response from Claude. Whereas, for example, if you use ChatGPT, you can enable web browsing, right? So you can search the internet and get real-time information. And if you actually go to Perplexity and you click on focus right here, you can click search across the entire internet. And then if you say what happened today, it will actually give you links to news that actually happened today, right? So for example, this article is from Wednesday, 13th of March. And therefore, I would honestly say that if you're going to use one of these tools for AI SEO, probably Perplexity is going to be best. And you also get access to a bunch of other models. So you can see, for example, you get access to Mistral, Claude, GPT, Experimental. By the way, if you want me to do a review on Mistral as well, let me know. And then you can choose between different image generation models. So you got Stable Diffusion, DALL-E, Playground. So I would honestly say that whilst Claude is good, it's not connected to the internet and you don't get as much access to different models, right? It's also a little bit slow when it's responding, as you can see, and it can't generate images, unlike Perplexity, which can generate images and also has access to loads of AI SEO models. So thanks so much for watching. What I've actually done is put this inside my free ChatGPT SEO course in the quality control section. So if you check out Perplexity and Claude 3 Opus March 2024, you'll see the prompts and SP from today. And I've shown you exactly how to screenshot my prompt and then just generate the prompts anyway if you're just halfway through watching the video and want to do that with Claude 3. Now, if you do want to book in a free SEO strategy session about how to get more leads, traffic, and sales using SEO, feel free to book that in. We'll give you a free SEO domination plan. You'll discover the secrets of link building. You'll get your questions answered, and you'll discover how to quickly outrank your competitors. Feel free to book it. Thanks so much for watching. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Today, I'm going to be showing you this crazy new loophole that I just spotted a couple of days ago using Perplexity AI. And basically what's happened is Perplexity have had a brand new update. As you can see right here, they went from 0 to 87,000 traffic. And you can see the traffic is just popping off right here. Now, why is that? It's because they've released a whole new update, which I'll come on to in a second. I'll show you exactly how to use it step by step. But essentially today, what you learn is one of the fastest, easiest, and newest ways to rank number one fast. I'll show you proof of that in a second. Because of a massive new AI update that came out just recently to Perplexity AI. And this AI SEO site has literally grown from 0 to 87,000 traffic in just a few days. You can see the chart right here. You can see the traffic level right over there. And anyone, including you, can publish on there. And I'll show you exactly how it works step by step for free so that you can easily copy and steal my process. I'm going to give you the whole template, the whole SOP, the whole shebang away for free today. Let's get into it. And we're going to be starting with Perplexity. Now, by the way, if you don't know who I am, I'm Julian Goldie. I own over 100 sites, built the SEO Boardroom community and the SEO Elite Circle community with over 140 members, and I have a link building agency working with over 100 clients. So let's get straight into this. So essentially what you're going to do is once you've logged into Perplexity on the premium plan, so you need to make sure you're on the pro plan over there, but it only costs a few dollars per month. From here, there is a new update called Pages, right? And inside Pages, you can publish content to the internet based on the keywords you want to rank for, right? And I'll show you exactly how this works in a minute. But for example, if we go on to the keywords that this particular domain is ranking, for example, like this page right here that's been published, and you can see it ranking over here. It's ranking number 1 for its target keyword, generating traffic to the page. And essentially you can publish and create pages like this to your website, and it's very easy to emulate. Here's another example. Bit of a crazier example, so I'm not going to spend too much time on that page, but you get the idea. That's generating 14,000 traffic. It's just published by a Perplexity user, and it's very easy for you to emulate this if you can find the right keywords. I'll show you how to create pages in a minute, but essentially what you would do first of all is just find keywords that you can realistically rank for, right? if you're going to rank with pages like this, for example, you want it to be monetized with something that's actually going to bring you money. There's no point creating an article for the sake of creating an article. Like, it has to bring you money. What you want to do, first of all, is find a money-making keyword. For example, on this page, I'm going for the keyword white hat link building services. You can see a picture of a geezer with a white hat on right there. And if I rank for that, I can get more clients to my agency with the links inserted throughout the content. How do you do that? What you can do is just type in something relevant to your niche. Let's say, for example, you sell cooking courses. We'll type that into ClickSo. Like, if you want to get 15% off, use the code Goldie. Then scroll down to phrase match over here. And then we'll go to max difficulty 10 or less. All right. And now you can see there's a bunch of easy keywords that you can rank for, right? So for example, best cooking course online. Potentially that could bring in sales if you sold a cooking course. You could do this for any industry, any niche, any product that you sell. So from here, what you can do is if you go to library, then you're going to go to add page. And from here, you can create a page. It's like a Wikipedia page, except all the content is produced with AI automatically. And you can generate this with a few clicks, right? So for example, you can see this section right here that talks about Perplexity pages, how they work, etc. You can use it to grow your personal brand, rank on Google. You can create media inside there. You can customize the layout. You can add sources and links in there as well. And it's very easy to use. So let's say, for example, we've got this keyword, which is best cooking course online. We're going to plug that into the title right here. And I'm just going to try something random, but we're going to go cooking course online. Julian Goldie's best course online is his MasterChef cooking class. We'll hit enter. Now you can see it's generating all the content. Now, some of the content is going to go a little bit off topic, as you can see right here, which is totally fine because you can very easily write the content yourself again, edit it, stop it if you need to, etc. So if we click on stop over here, then we can click on insert section. Now, just like you would with any sort of website, you want to make sure that you're optimizing the content and the way that it's outlined. So for example, you can easily generate that with something like Neuron Writer, or you can just go on to the top ranking pages for the keyword that you want to rank for. Look at how they've laid out the page, what sort of headings they've inserted. And then from there, you can easily get a feel for what you need to write about too. So just to outline how this process works so far, you're going to find a low competition keyword that will generate you money. KD10, easy to find with ClickSo. From there, with a premium account, you go to your library in Perplexity AI and create the page. Then using a content outline like we can see, for example, here, or by reverse engineering your competitors and seeing what's ranking on the first page of Google, you know exactly what to write about, what sort of headings to include, and then you can generate those headings directly inside Perplexity. How do you do it? You just go to add section, insert what the section is about, order it in the proper way on the page, and optimize it in the way that you normally would. You can also edit the title. So for example, we can edit this title and say best cooking course online 2024. Hit save. You also get a decent amount of control over the page, but it looks really nice, right? For example, I can edit the layout. I can change that to no header image, small header image, large header image. This image, I believe, is generated with AI. You can reposition it so it looks a lot better, for example, like that. And you can also change the image inserted, right? So you get a bunch of image options right here, or you can just click on generate image, select between painting, illustration, diagram, or photograph. So for example, photograph, we get a bunch of options like that. It's generating the content with AI, and creating the content just couldn't be easier using this process. Or you can just delete it if you really don't like it, right? So from here, you can see it's also got a table of contents on the right. And so essentially, you want the headings to match with the outline that you've created, right? Whether that's on Neuron Writer or whatever you use, whatever tool you're using. So for example, let's say I have a page targeting the keyword SEO Expert New York, and these are all the headings that I need to include within the content. I can insert that heading into the content right here. It will generate the content, as you can see. But the problem with that is that it's going to recommend other agencies that aren't mine. And obviously, if I'm creating this page and I want to rank for it and I want to generate money, I don't want to be sending traffic to other sources. I want to be sending it to myself. So what we can do is you can delete sections like this. So if you click on more, hit delete section, and then you can say the best company for SEO in New York City is Goldie Agency by Julian Goldie. We'll hit enter likes. And now you can see it's recommended me, right? So it's got the SEO optimized keyword in the title right there. And then it's generated content that's recommended me. Plus it's doing all the research about why I'm the expert. And this isn't just like generic trashy fluff that's coming from ChatGPT. This is like actually well-researched information. So you can see, for example, it specifically mentions that I own the agency. That's the name of my agency. That's me. It explains that specifically I am the expert for the best SEO services in New York City. And then it's talked about how I have over 10 years of experience, who I've worked with, so it names some previous clients right here, what sort of results I've achieved, and it even links directly to my website. So if we click on this, you can see it's linking to my landing page. If clients click on that and they try and get in touch, it's going to convert into a sales call. Nice. Same with my LinkedIn. It's linking to my LinkedIn profile right there to generate more sales. Really easy to do. And again, this is not spam. Like, this is actually custom tailored with actual source context to the content. Now, you might want to edit it. You might want to delete it. You might want to delete certain sections. It might go off on a tangent, etc. That's on you to change and iterate. But essentially, if you use a combination of the content generation right here, and you have the right content outline, then you can create content that actually ranks for your target keyword. Additionally, it's linking out to your website, which is quite nice. Now, that's not for link building purposes. That's just for sending the traffic to somewhere that converts. And I would say if you use a combination of my manual quality control checklist, which I'll give you access to in this video, along with this process that I'm talking you through today, you're going to create something that's really nice. Now, additionally, inside this content, you can add certain media. So you can see if you click on add media, then it generates a nice little image on the side right here. We can delete that, we can change it, we can refresh it, etc. We can choose, for example, that one, this one, etc. and just keep swapping it out or prompting it to do better. You can also move sections down, so you can click on more and then move down if you want to reorder the page in terms of making sure that the most relevant content is at the top and the least relevant content is at the bottom. And what you also see is that you get a choice between text, media and text, media only, paragraph, tables, and bullet points, right? So for example, we can choose to add a list here and we'll say, give me all the reasons why Julian Goldie has the best SEO agency in New York, right? And then it's going to generate a bunch of bullet points specifically explaining why I'm the best SEO agency to hire in New York. We can also choose between concise and detailed. So if you want to generate more content, if you need to increase the word count on the page, then you can click on detailed right here. And we'll say, talk about how to choose an SEO expert in New York City in great detail. And then it just runs through the content. It's still in bullet point list, but we can also stop that. And we could take the same prompt, change that, keep the text in there, and then change that to a table, and then generate a table based on that. And then it creates a nice little table with references, which is quite nice too. If you look in terms of like user experience, it's actually quite nice. Like you can click through the table of contents right there. You can insert the images. It's nice and clean. The layout is good, etc. Then you can preview it. So you can click preview over here. And this is what the blog will look like once it's generated. And finally, once you're ready to go, you can hit publish. Now, what I would say right here is that because this is a new feature and because so many people are using it to generate content, there may be some indexing issues, right? So for example, I created an article 24 hours ago. It's not indexed on Google just yet. It will take time. And so what I recommend for that is a few different methods, right? So you can use Google Search Console. For example, you can use Omega Indexer. You can use Giga Indexer, and those two will help you get your content indexed faster. You can also share it to social media and you can build backlinks to the page. But with a combination of all of those, you've given yourself the best chance of ranking and indexing your content and just getting a priority in terms of indexing versus everyone else using the platform. So just to recap, find a low competition keyword that will generate you money. With a premium account, go to library create page, create the content outline and generate that content inside Perplexity. Create and edit the content and then index it. You know how to index it step by step down there. So this is the step-by-step process for creating content, ranking it and indexing it using Perplexity AI. This is a brand new feature. You can see this was literally just announced this week. I think it was June the 1st. It actually got announced. So it's brand new. It's proven to work, as you can see right there. It's ranking for loads of keywords. and it's an easy and fast and smooth process. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get access to this SOP step by step, I will include that inside my free SEO course, links inside the comments and description. If we scroll to SEO systems over here, it's called Perplexity AI Pages, and you can see the SOP in the video notes down there. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get a free SEO strategy session, if you want everything that we talked about personalized to your business to get you more leads, traffic, and sales from SEO and make more money with your website, feel free to book in a free SEO strategy session. You will get an SEO domination plan, discover the secrets of link building, or answer any questions that you have, and you'll discover the best link building strategies for your website, plus how to outrank your competitors with link building. Thanks so much for watching. Appreciate it as always. If you want more experiments like this, check out the SEO boardroom as well. It's popping off in there every single day. And I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye.
So today what we're going to be doing is using Claude for AI SEO and basically running through some free workflows to basically rank your content. And Kaz has joined me today.
Hello, hello.
So basically what we're going to do, this is the first time you're using Claude, isn't it?
You made me sign up to it literally before, like an hour before this video. But do you know what? All of the chat GPTs, the bar, they all do very similar things. So if a prompt works over here, it's going to work in Claude.
Yeah, that's it. It'll be interesting to see what results we get out of Claude today. So I'm just going to log into it. And if no one's familiar with Claude, you can get it at claude.ai. And it's basically like a free version of ChatGPT. Now, the cool thing about Claude is it's completely free. So once we're signed in, which I'll do right now, you can get access for free and you get quite a high token count. Let's have a look at the token. In fact, we'll ask Claude once we log in to tell us.
Do you know what? It did take me a couple seconds to actually log in.
All right, so we're back in the game. This is what Claude looks like once you've logged in. So you can see you can actually upload texts directly into it. You get all your previous history of what you've tried. And then if you just want to create content, you can just go to start a new chat right here. So when you're creating content with Claude, what I usually like to do, like you were saying, you can take prompts that already work for you on ChatGPT and then plug them directly into Claude as well. The only problem is that Claude isn't connected to the internet, but it's completely free. So it's like pros and cons. And then if we go to the content optimization section, let's say you just want to generate some title ideas with Claude, you can say, give me some blog ideas on, say, link building specialist and front load the keyword. And from there, what it's going to do is give you some SEO titles that you can use for your blog, because you can see with the keyword front loaded.
Yeah, that's something very similar that I would use on ChatGPT as well, like what you've just done. One thing that I will say is you can tell that it's not connected to the internet because it's coming up with 2023, so you just need to swap that out.
Yeah, that's true. Make sure that you edit the dates before you publish it. Let's try plugging in a prompt like this, for example. Create a comprehensive article about the keyword SEO Rochester, let's say. And then we can ask it to format the headings, output as HTML Markdown, and we'll hit enter and see what that comes back with. We can basically critique the content as well and see what it's like. One of the first things I don't like about it is it's actually coming back with code inside the Markdown.
Yeah, I was seeing that. I wonder why it's done that, because that makes no sense to me. And it
So
seems like it's doing it on every sentence as well.
yeah, what we can do is just run it through a HTML previewer and then see what it's like. So wait for that to load. It comes back with quite a lot of content, to be fair. Normally with ChatGPT, you're going to get 300 or 400 words back, right?
Yeah, it's a lot more thorough, the content, I will say.
Let's plug this into the preview whilst we're waiting for it to generate. So yeah, what it's doing is it's making every sentence on a new line, right?
Yeah. I suppose that is one thing that ChatGPT does struggle with. I suppose Claude doesn't struggle with it. Maybe it takes it a little bit too far.
It's either one or the other, isn't it? You can't get a good balance these days. Yeah, so you can see
Yeah.
every single line is on a new sentence, which is good. Interestingly, though, because it's a bit dumb, because what it's done is basically, it's a bit silly because it's formatted the headings, right? So you got like your H3 there, but it's not formatted in HTML, which means that if you run this through a HTML previewer first, all the headings are going to be unformatted.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird how it's set up. Do you know what? It's not terrible, but I think potentially the prompt could be improved a little bit more. I don't know why it would do the div tags as actual div tags though. That's the one weird part to it.
The other thing I think is like the content itself is very fluffy, right? So if you look at the introduction, in Rochester, getting top search engine rankings takes SEO expertise. We literally knew that before we Googled the topic. If you're
Yeah.
running that through, say, Google's helpful content up guidelines, it would fail from sentence one pretty much, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I think potentially you might need to tweak the prompt a little bit because it seems like it's doing everything very literally. Like when you've said put everything on one line, it literally has put everything on one line.
Yeah, you might have to say to it, for example, you could take the prompt that we did from here, but then just insert an instruction that says without any div or HTML code. Because actually, once we've done that, once we've asked it to rewrite without the div code, you can see that it's come back with something better here.
Yeah.
And actually, it's removed all the walls of text. So it's a lot nicer to read than, say, your average ChatGPT content.
I don't think that the content's terrible personally. For free, obviously, you're going to need to play around with it and get like the perfect prompt to say. But it's, yeah, it obviously is a little bit fluffy. I would potentially try to give it certain parts of the actual helpful content, like guidelines, and seeing if you can potentially try and relearn it based off of what good content is and what bad content is.
Yeah, I think one of the things I would do as well is just, I would probably either write the introduction separately or create a completely new prompt to write the introduction. Because I think that's probably the weakest part of the introduction, but it's also the most important part of the article, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So like when it rewrites it, for example, it writes it from first person perspective.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah, and then it's included the keyword in the first line. That's better. It's not perfect, but yeah, it's getting there.
Yeah, you're almost there. You're probably like 50% of the way there.
I think what you might be able to do as well is like you could download one of your articles that you really like, and then upload it to Claude and say use this as a sort of baseline, use the same style, etc.
I think you could also give it that. So it just said you can upload a PDF. You could probably upload Google's Quality Rater PDF to that, and you could probably get like a really good article from it.
So something like this, you could download
Yep.
and then upload directly into Claude, and just say something like use the attached Google Quality Rater guidelines, and rewrite the article based on these guidelines, right?
Yeah.
See what it comes back with based on that. Doesn't like that.
No, I was hoping that it's going to come back with the best article ever.
I know. I thought that's genius doing that. I wonder why it's not.
Do you know what? I've had this quite a few times, even with ChatGPT. It struggles to read the entire PDF.
Let's see what happens if we say, can you read the attached PDF?
No.
Evans to Betsy. That's quite interesting, isn't it? So why would it give you the option to upload PDFs if you can't?
I don't know. How many megabytes is the actual size? Oh, it's nothing.
It's nothing. It's pretty small, yeah.
I think we've broke Claude.
We broke Claude in literally the space of 2 minutes. And you can upgrade. You do get an option for upgrading, which is 21 a month. But I'm not impressed so far, I've got to be honest.
No, I'm not. I'll show workflow or like what I've used it for.
Do you know what I think might be better if you were going to use Claude? Is actually just using it inside Perplexity. In Perplexity, have you come across Perplexity before?
I have not, no.
Oh, it's amazing. It's really good. But if you sign up to the Pro package, basically, and you can actually cancel your yearly subscription as soon as you sign up so that you don't get charged and you can use it for free. But you can actually switch to Claude inside the AI model settings, right? So if you go to your settings over here, and then you go to Perplexity, and you set the AI model as Claude, but you get a choice between Gemini, GPT-4, experimental, etc. And then from there, that might be a better way to actually create content using Perplexity and Claude. And like I say, it doesn't cost anything because you can just cancel the trial. I actually talk about that in my video right here, this one. So let's try that. We'll attach the quality rater guidelines we talked about. We'll put the keyword here and we'll see if that works. One thing I like about Copilot as well is it communicates between you and the AI. So it looks at the question, and then if it needs more clarification, it's going to tell you, right? So for example, please provide additional prompts or questions to reach the desired word count. You can say just skip,
Right. Okay.
and then it's going to search the web as well. So it's using Claude, but Claude is not connected to the internet.
So you're essentially layering up different AI models.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing that you'll find with Perplexity, if you use Claude inside it, is that it's going to give you references, right? So you can see all the sources here,
Okay.
which is quite interesting. And then it's rewriting the content, but based on the PDF that we gave it, and it's not broken.
Yeah. To be fair, it seems a lot.
It's a lot smoother, right?
Yeah. The intro is a lot better.
I'll show you something else cool as well once this loads. You're going to like this, Kazra, I promise you.
Okay. I'm excited now.
All right, all right. And the word count as well that's coming back is way higher, right?
Yeah, definitely. It seems a lot more on point. Like that. This is what like an SEO agency would talk about, like Google Search Console, Google Analytics, etc.
Yeah. So let's have a look. Can we check the word count on that? Let's have a look. Word counter plus. So it's come back with 500 words, and we could ask it to generate more if we wanted to. For example, you can just say, write more content here or cover more FAQs. But additionally, this is a bit that I think you'll like, is that it can search videos for you and it can generate images for you as well for the content. So for example, if you search videos like this, you'll find relevant videos to the content
Right. Okay.
from YouTube.
That's quite cool.
It's quite cool, huh? And you can also generate images too. So you can choose between a painting, a photograph, an illustration, and a diagram.
Yeah, it's pretty decent. That.
Yeah. Additionally, you can share it with your team. So if you click on share, you can make it shareable, and then you can share it with your team so that they can use it too.
That's quite cool.
Yeah, I think this is a way better use of Claude, because if you use it this way, it's just going to break on you and get confused. But if you use Perplexity this way, like I say, you can get it for free. I talk about it in this video. And basically, you sign up for a year and then cancel the subscription straight away. And that would work nicely.
Yeah, so I think our biggest takeaway from that video or from this video is don't use Claude in conjunction with but
And then you
yeah,
get the call.
I'll go over what I've done. Mine's isn't anywhere near as advanced, but I reckon that this would work very well if you were to use it in Perplexity. Basically, the very first prompt I gave it was give me 10 keywords based on search volume to do with SEO. And obviously it's going to come back with all of these SEO, keyword research, backlinks, so on and so forth. So then I've just selected a random article. So give me a list of entities to do with link building that I should have on my page. So obviously link building, it's a separate article. And then it's come back with all of these different entities. So guest posting, broken link building, giveaway contest, infographics, sponsorship, scholarship, skyscraper technique, link inserts, everything that we already know. And then I've just said to it, can you turn this into an article with subheadings? And it's come back with, it's probably like anything from 300 to 500 word article. But again, like what we've just mentioned, the introduction, I don't think is that great. Like link building remains one of the most important ranking factors for SEO. How having other reputable sites link back to your website. I just think that all of this can be a little bit more beefy when it comes to the actual article, and I think probably Perplexity would be able to help you out with that. But from an entity point of view, I think that it's done quite a good job with the actual entities. I don't know what you think, because obviously we're talking about link building, and it's come back with all the different types of link building that you can do, so like giveaways, infographics, etc., etc. So I don't think it's done that bad of a job. I just don't think it's that great for content creation.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think for content creation, you probably need something like Perplexity or Copilot to work with it and translate it a bit better. But for actually entity extraction, it seems to do a good job. Definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
And then you can plug that into Perplexity afterwards, can you? Awesome. All right. Anything else before we go?
No, that's it.
Awesome. All right. If you want to get a free ChatGPT SEO course with all the prompts that I've talked about today, feel free to get that link in the comments in the description. And if you do want to book in a free SEO strategy session where we can talk about how to get you more leads, traffic, and sales from SEO, feel free to get the link in the comments in the description. Cheers, Kazra.
Cheers. Thanks for having me on.